everyone, and a very warm welcome to all our attendees, organizing partners, members of our conference scientific committee, and distinguished speakers joining us from across the world for Ctrl+S culture, AI, and heritage in a digital world. It is truly wonderful to see such a diverse global community gathered here today. I'm Aparna Tandon, Senior Program Leader at ECROM, and your facilitator for this inaugural session. I have the pleasure of leading and developing two of ECROM's important programs, FAR, our flagship program on first aid and resilience for cultural heritage in times of crisis, and SDH, the Sustaining Digital Heritage Initiative. And I'm delighted that these two programs, together with ECROM's Youth Heritage Africa, have joined forces to shape this important conference. Before we begin, I would like to explain some of the house rules for today's sessions. The host on my right is Juhi Ambani and Mohana Chakravarti, our tech support team for today. They have enabled a setting where participants can only unmute upon request. This is to ensure that our speakers have the time and space to share their presentations without interruptions. Use the Q&A box at the bottom of your screen to type your questions at any time, or use the raise hand function and the host will unmute you when it is your turn to speak. Feel free to keep your camera on if you wish, but if it is really completely optional. Sometimes if you find you are having issues with the internet connectivity, turning off your camera can help. If you still experience technical issues, please send a direct message in the chat to our support team and we will assist you. This session is being recorded and the recording may be shared with registered participants. By staying in the meeting, your consent to be part of the recording is assumed. Now that is out of the way, allow me to briefly introduce the ECROM programs I mentioned that form the foundation of this conference. FAR, First Aid and Resilience, builds capacities and trains for reducing the risks posed by disasters, conflicts, and climate change to cultural heritage and the communities associated with this heritage. SDH, Sustaining Digital Heritage, strengthens the sustainability, accessibility, and long-term training stewardship of digital heritage and offers training in this area. And YHA, that is Youth Heritage Africa, empowers young heritage leaders across Africa to engage with heritage through creativity, innovation, and digital tools to improve lives and livelihoods. Therefore, bringing FAR, SDH, and YHA together is intentional, as artificial intelligence is rapidly transforming how we document, how we preserve, manage, and interpret cultural heritage. To understand this transformation holistically, we need perspectives from crisis resilience, digital sustainability, risk management, ethics, governance, and youth leadership. Together, these programs create exactly the ecosystem needed for meaningful and responsible dialogue on AI and heritage. And I'm very glad to see that we received an overwhelming response for these themes, these topics that I have just mentioned. We are also extremely honored that this conference is further strengthened by distinguished partners, including Flanders AI Academy, CFAL York, part of the UNITAR network, and AVP, a digital asset management agency. Their expertise and vision have further enriched the scope and ambition of this gathering. Ctrl+S culture has been conceived as a 3-day interdisciplinary exchange. So I thank all of you who have joined us from across the world, aimed at fostering critical dialogue, cross-sector collaboration, and forward-looking thinking about the role of AI in cultural heritage. Throughout this conference, we will explore the themes such as AI for documentation and conservation, including advanced imaging, 3D modeling, and predictive analytics, AI-supported interpretation and storytelling, opening new avenues for engaging communities and helping to reduce barriers, AI in managing disaster, conflict, and climate risks to heritage, where data-driven tools and predictive risk modeling can support risk mitigation, early warning, and other emergency preparedness and response. Ethical, legal, and governance considerations which must guide the responsible integration of AI into heritage work. It's a growing concern, and we are very glad that there are substantial number of presentations on this theme within this conference. At its heart, Ctrl+S culture invites us to imagine how AI can support cultural heritage in ways that are inclusive, ethical, and sustainable, while also addressing the real risks and responsibilities of digital transformation. This conference is thus an opportunity to connect, to exchange, and inspire. Many of our participants here today are researchers, heritage professionals, technologists, policymakers, and young innovators, joining us from the regions where cultural heritage is shaped by digital transformation, which is rapid, and in many cases, cultural heritage in these regions is also challenged by conflict, disasters, and many new risks stemming from human-induced climate change. This diversity of perspectives enriches our collective work and strengthens our collective vision for the future. With this introduction, it is my pleasure to share the theme-setting keynote address by Her Excellency, Ms. Anastasia Bondar, Deputy Minister for Digital Development, Digital Transformation, and Digitalization, from the Ministry of Culture and Strategic Communication of Ukraine. Her presentation, titled The Future of Cultural Heritage, AI Technologies Between Protection, Restoration, and Ethical Challenges, has been shared with us as a pre-recorded contribution. We are delighted to share it now, so stay tuned. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished colleagues, dear friends, it is a profound honor to speak to you today on behalf of Ukraine, a country that in the fourth year of full-scale invasion continues not only to fight for its survival, but also to modernize, to innovate, and to build the foundations of a more resilient future. Every day our cities face missile strikes, our energy infrastructure is attacked, our cultural sites are damaged, and our people endure extraordinary challenges. Yet, at the same time, the state continues to function. Public services do not stop. Institutions adapt. Society shows an incredible ability to rebuild, reorganize, and move forward. This resilience did not appear by chance. It is the result of a strategic decision to place digital transformation at the very heart of governance. In Ukraine today, digitalization is not an accessory, it is an infrastructure of survival. When administrative buildings are destroyed, services migrate to online. When physical archives are threatened, data is preserved in the cloud. When mobility becomes dangerous, interactions shift to secure digital environments. This has allowed Ukrainians to maintain access to essential services even under the hardest circumstances. We have taken bold steps that have made Ukraine a global digital tiger. We were the first country in the world to introduce digital passports with a full legal force. Millions of citizens use secure electronic identification instead of paper documents, unlocking access to state services seamlessly and safely. And what originally began as a vision of convenience has become a powerful mechanism of a continuity in wartime. Digital solutions protect in the functionality of the state when physical systems are targeted. They ensure stability in moments when traditional mechanisms would collapse. And they send the clear message: technology is not something extraordinary. It is a safeguard of sovereignty. Now our critical task is to ensure that the cultural sphere follows this same trajectory of transformation. Because culture is not an accessory either. It is our memory, our story, our identity, and therefore in wartime, one of the main targets of aggression. Libraries have been burnt, churches struck by missile, museums, collections looted or displaced. These are not accidental tragedies. They are deliberate attempts to erase the cultural foundation of our nation. And while we rebuild, we also rethink. We ask ourselves what tools will allow us to protect our heritage not only from physical destruction, but from silence, from loss, and from disappearance. This is where digitalization becomes essential, and this is where artificial intelligence will play a transformative role. We are not speaking about abstract concepts, we are speaking about concrete needs. Today, Ukraine has hundreds of thousands of heritage objects documented only in handwritten inventory books. We have archives fragmented across institutions, evacuated collections stored in multiple locations, and a cultural sector that must operate under constant uncertainty. To address these challenges, we want to integrate AI-enabled solutions that can accelerate the progressing, structuring, and analyzing this enormous volume of information. We envision tools that can recognize and transcribe the handwritten text, automatically classify objects, and assist our specialists in building the comprehensive digital registries that the cultural sector urgently needs. Another critical domain where we want to scale the use of artificial intelligence is the rapid emergency response. Our museums, libraries, archives, and heritage sites continue to operate under the threat of bombardment. During emergencies, every minute matters. Today, evacuation of collections requires manual calculations, logistical planning, and the expert coordination under the extreme pressure. We want AI systems capable of calculating within seconds the required packaging materials, the necessary transport capacity, the safest routes, and the optimal evacuation sequences. This would not replace human decision makers, but they would dramatically increase the speed and safety of our response, helping us safeguard objects that cannot be restored once lost. At the same time, there is another side to this technological shift, a more optimistic and creative side. Much of our heritage today is in storage for security reasons. Exhibitions are limited, access is restricted, and millions of cultural objects are shielded from public view. Yet, digital technologies and AI can become drivers of new, innovative ways of experiencing culture. We are exploring systems that adapt exhibitions to the age, interests, and available time of the visitor. Systems that personalize tours, recommend content, and allow each person to navigate culture in a way that is meaningful for them. We see the enormous potential of digital twins, virtual galleries, immersive storytelling, and AI-driven contextual interpretation to keep culture alive even when physical access is impossible. And we believe that the future of museums lies not only in preservation, but in reimagining how cultural heritage is presented, narrated, and experienced. In parallel with this transformation, we are investing in our people. No technological system can succeed without a human capacity. Ukraine is committed to ensuring that public servants have the skills required to work confidently and ethically with emerging technologies. Together with Google, we have launched a nationwide training program on the use of artificial intelligence in the public sector. Ukrainian civil servants are now learning how to integrate AI tools responsibly into their daily work, improving efficiency, analysis, and service delivery. This is not a theoretical exercise, it is a strategic investment in human capital that will define the resilience of our institutions for decades to come. For us, digital transformation is not simply a policy, it is an act of resistance. It is a way of ensuring that no attack can destroy our memory, our identity, or our ability to govern. The aggressor can damage buildings, but cannot destroy secure digital registries distributed across multiple locations. It can attempt to steal our artworks, but AI-supported systems will help us identify them, trace them, and fight for their return. It can attack our cultural institutions, but digital preservation ensures that the essence of our heritage continues to live. This is the message we bring to the world. Even in the face of war, Ukraine does not freeze. We do not pause our development. We do not postpone innovation until better time. We continue to build the systems that make our country stronger, more open, more efficient, and better prepared for future recovery. We believe that digital transformation and artificial intelligence are not separate from culture. They are enablers of culture's survival. They are instruments of creative revival. They are bridges that connect our past to our future and ensure that no matter what challenges come, culture, the heart of our identity, will endure. And we believe that Ukraine can continue a valuable experience to be the global conversation on cultural resilience. Because when a nation continues to advance technologically while defending its existence, the lessons learned are not theoretical. They are lived, they are tested, and they can help others prepare for the unexpected. Thank you for your attention, for your partnership, for believing, as we do, that culture and technology together can shape a stronger, safer, and more resilient world.
We thank Her Excellency, Ms. Anastasia Bondar, for that illuminating keynote talk. Cultural heritage is our memory, is our story, is our identity, and culture and technology can shape a more resilient future. A very, hopeful message for our speakers. And with that, I would like to hand over to the coordinator of this conference, none other, Hilke Aris, who will walk you through on what's coming up next. Over to Hilke.
Thank you very much, Aparna. What an inspiring start to the conference. Thank you all for joining us on this first day of Ctrl+S culture. We've already begun the conference with a powerful reflection on how our shared responsibility to protect cultural heritage in an increasingly digital world. Now we shift into the heart of today's program. 2 parallel sessions dedicated to AI-enabled climate, disaster, and conflict risk management for heritage. Across both rooms, you will hear concrete case studies, practical tools, and forward-looking approaches that show how artificial intelligence can help us anticipate risk, strengthen preparedness, and support communities who safeguard heritage under pressure. These sessions will bring together researchers, public officers, heritage professionals, and innovators who are exploring what responsible human-centered technology can and cannot do in fragile or rapidly changing contexts. In room 1, your moderator will be Joey Ambani, Program Officer with ICROM's First Aid and Resilience Program, and in room 2, your moderator will be Aparna Tandon, our host of the conference. You may notice that the Q&A moments in each sessions are quite short. Don't worry if your question is not addressed immediately or if the conversation runs out of time. We very intentionally created an additional space for deeper exchange, and I warm you, encourage all of you to join us at the end of the day for the Ctrl+S Cafe. The cafe is our informal networking moment, an open space where you can ask follow-up questions, debate ideas, share your own projects, or simply connect with colleagues from across the world. It is a relaxed setting designed for the conversations that don't fit into a strict time slot. But before we begin, just a practical note. You will be randomly assigned to one of the breakout rooms by the system. If you prefer not to switch rooms, simply ignore the pop-up and you will remain where you are. If you do not receive a pop-up but do want to join the breakout room, please write in the chat so the team can manually assist you. If you are joining room 2, you will see a pop-up in a moment. Please click it to switch rooms. If you're staying here in room 1, just simply close the pop-up. Now let's begin.
Welcome to all the participants. Once again, my name is Aparna Tandon, and we are going to be in a parallel session. We are in room 1, and welcome to all of you who have chosen to stay here in room 1. Looking forward to a very interesting discussion. And I do see Antonio, who should be in room 2. You should be in room 2. What are you doing here, Antonio? Because you're the speaker for the next room. So let me see if we can switch you to room 2 very quickly. Here, my colleague Rivka, who's here. Rivka, you're here? Rivka, maybe you can organize. Yeah, I think Antonio's gone now. Yeah? Okay. I see Antonio's out. Yes. Okay. Fine. So are you ready for this very exciting session, which is on AI-enabled climate, disaster, and conflict risk management for heritage? And our very first speaker is Tianlian Wang from China, who will be speaking about assessing and predicting water erosion risks to cultural heritage under climate changes using explainable machine learning. So, Tianlian, are you there? Ready? Let's see.
Aparna, I didn't see him yet between the participants in this room, so I propose we maybe can start with the next Ignite talk.
Yes, okay. Okay, so let's, yeah, because of these parallel sessions, maybe we would need to get our speaker back. So I guess we move on to the Ignite, and what a better way to start with a very quick, fast-paced talk by Hassan Hajali from Lebanon, AI-enhanced digital platform for integrated sustainable cultural heritage management, conceptual and methodological design.
Hello everyone, this is Hassan Hajali from Lebanon. I'm a PhD candidate in Sapienza University in the program of Culture Heritage Science. Today I'm going to present you my research under the title of AI-enhanced digital platform for integrated sustainable culture heritage management toward resilient maritime archaeological governance in Lebanon. Setting the context of the research, we are talking about the geographical area of Lebanon. It's coast on the Mediterranean, and we choose 3 case studies, Tyre, Sarepta, and Amphi. And Lebanon was chosen because it has a diverse threats, situation, and context for the political, for the continuous conflicts that happen, not to mention the environmental effects and threats. And I can indicate that in Lebanon we have some digital documentation and digital tools, but it's more like project-based, and we don't have like a holistic approach or guideline to guide this discipline. So the aim of this platform is to integrate an interoperable AI-enhanced platform for the sustainable management of maritime archaeological sites. This project have 4 main objectives. First one is to integrate archaeological, environmental, conservation, and administrative data. Second, to employ fair and ethics of artificial intelligence within a single complement digital infrastructure. Third, to foster participatory, offering multi-level governance. And fourth, to ground all these components in sustainable and resilient theory. Together, these objectives translate theories into a functional digital governance model. The conceptual foundation of the platform rests on three interconnected pillars. First is the global sustainability framework that can be expressed by the UN 2030 agenda, especially the 11.4 goal that mentioned the protection of cultural and natural heritage with the participation with the principles of environmental responsibility, social inclusion, and the economic valuability. This will lead to a sustainable and resilient heritage system. The second pillar is fair data principle. The F stands for findable, so the data should be findable. A stands for accessible, and I stands for interoperable, and R stands for reusable. This pillar will support transparency, inclusivity, and open collaboration. Concerning the third pillar is to adapt the AI ethics and regulation by ensuring transparency, accountability, human oversight, and cultural diversity, and applying the AI ethic classification with limited risk system, as well as the implementation of open source algorithm, bias monitoring, and the human validation. This pillar will ensure the trust, credibility, and equity in predictive governance. Now the methodology converts these three theories into practice. It combines the interdisciplinary data integration, participatory governance, and conceptual modeling. So we have five interconnected components that structure the workflow. First, the data architecture and typology, defining the archaeological, environmental, conservation, and stakeholder datasets. Then the digital workflow by merging the 3D recording into GIS analysis, HPIM, and AI processing. Then the semantic interoperability and the fair implementation, ensuring shared ontologies and open standard. And then the participatory and co-creation and multi-level governance, enabling collaboration among diverse actors. Then the system validation through the case study that I have already mentioned earlier. So these components interact as a continuous feedback loop between data analysis and governance. The digital workflow will start with the data acquisition, then integrated into the HPIM through the IFC, and then give it the spatial aspect with the GIS, and then using AI in detecting and predicting, as well as then the human validation of these decision or suggestion to reach the decision that should be taken, which give the priorities of the maintenance as well as the predictive strategy. As we noted so far that the data are the main component of this platform. So these are the types of the data that will be included in the platform, which is archaeological data, environmental data, and conservation data, along with the stakeholder data about the site and context of the case studies. This platform adopts the participatory governance approach, so different parties are participating in the governance process, from institutions to researchers, municipalities, communities, and NGO. All will have an activity log that is managed. So we have decentralized stewardship and resilient and community trust. And this platform will have a dashboard with multi-actors access. The expected outcomes, we seek to implement a predictive risk monitoring using AI and HBIM integration, establishing a national fair complement digital infrastructure for the maritime heritage, and to develop an ethical, transparent data governance model aligned with the UNESCO 2021 and EU AI Act 2024. According to the future direction, this framework defines a path toward predictive, inclusive, and sustainable heritage governance. So future work involves field validation, interoperability testing, and training to assess scalability and long-term sustainability. Thank you very much for listening, and this is my email for any question or comment.
Well, so that was Hassan with his conceptual framework for a participatory risk governance platform and sustainable development platform. Now we move on. Keep your questions for this speaker and the others, and you can use the Q&A box to put in your questions in advance. And also, please remember that there will be a cafe at the end of this day. So we'll have more in-depth discussions in the cafe. We would like to address all your questions now, but if there is no time, we will address them in the cafe. So stay tuned also for the cafe at the end of the day. And now I invite Driza Sinle Koulibaly from Mali, another speaker, another Ignite, the role of artificial intelligence in heritage emergency situations, cross perspectives on post-conflict protection challenges and prospects of Saints mausoleums in Timbuktu, northern Mali. And this is an Ignite talk, and Rivka will be sharing the screen. So please, Rivka, go on and share the screen.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Drissa Sinale Koulibaly. I am a historian, a researcher at Paris Nanterre University, and a researcher in Army Museum of Mali. It is a great honor to present this study on the role of AI in heritage emergencies with a focus on the post-conflict reconstruction of Saints Muslims of Timbuktu. This presentation explores how technology, memory, and cultural resilience intersect in one of the world's most fragile heritage environments. Context and significance. 2012, 14 Saints Muslims in Timbuktu were deliberately destroyed by armed groups. These were not simply architectural structures. They were spiritual anchors, guardians of collective memory, and elements of social cohesion. Their destruction exposed the limitation of conventional heritage protection mechanism and in conflict context, and underlined the urgency of developing stronger technology, sharper approach to safeguarding cultural heritage. This is the cast of World Heritage Sites of Timbuktu, Mosque of Jingarber, Mosque of Sankore, and Saint Ahmed Baba Center, and Mosque of Sidi Yahya. This is Saint Muslim destroyed in 2012 crisis. Again, in this study, research objectives. This research pursues three main objectives. First, to analyze how AI can enhance early detection and preventive documentation in fragile heritage context. Second, to examine the contribution of AI to accurate digital reconstruction of damaged or destroyed monuments. And third, to evaluate how these technologies can reinforce more sovereign, inclusive, and communities-centered heritage policies in Mali. The overarching purpose is to assess both the transformative potential and the limitation of AI post-conflict heritage recovery. Methodology. Our methodology is qualitative, comparative, and exploratory approach. We mobilized institutional source, UNESCO, ICROM, UNUTAR, UNUSTAT, and cross-referenced them with academic work in digital heritage and conflict archaeology. We also compared Mali with other emblematic cases: Palmyra, Mosul, Bamiyan, Harar, Harar. Finally, we analyzed national realities, institutional capacities, the role of traditional baritone masons, and the profound cultural significance of the Timbuktu Muslims. Theoretical framework. The theoretical framework draws on three case perspectives from heritage studies: UNESCO's model for emergency management, structured around prevention, preparation, response, and recovery; from digital humanities, all tools such as computer vision, photogrammetry, and intelligence databases; and from African scholarship, the centrality of community participation, data sovereignty, and the ethical management of technology in sensitive cultural environments. Together, this lens help us understand the realistic role of AI in fragile heritage ecosystems. Comparative findings. International comparison of offer valuable lesson. Palmyra relied heavily on digital modeling for symbolic reconstruction. Mosul used AI and satellite analysis to assess and monitor the destruction. Bamiyan community AI with photographic archive to reconstruct the memory of Buddhas. Timbuktu stands out through a hybrid approach, blending AI-based modeling with the ancestral expertise of baritone masons, custodians of centuries old urban architecture knowledge. This synergy between advances technology and traditional craftsmanship is one of the strengths of Malian model. Result 1. Our results indicate that AI significantly improve preventive monitoring. Automated image analysis can detect cracks, humidity infiltration, and structural instabilities much faster than manual inspection. AI-assisted 3D reconstruction reduces technical errors from around 6% in manual models to just over 1%. Digital archive generated through this process strengthen cultural memory, facilitate future research, and support long-term set management. Results again. However, several challenges persist. Mali faces a shortage of specialist training in AI and digital heritage, dependence on foreign servers and external expertise raises concern about digital sovereignty and potential digital colonialism. Data fragmentation between international institutions and local archive undermines interoperability, and importantly, AI cannot replace the embodied knowledge of communities and artisans, knowledge that is essential for understanding and restoring urban architecture. For this reason, an adoption of AI must remain included ethical and cultural encouraged. Discussion and implication. For implication emerge from these findings. First, AI offers major opportunities, but only if national control is ensured over data and digital infrastructure. Second point, community involvement is essential for the legitimacy and cultural authenticity of digital constructions. Third, third point, AI can contribute to heritage justice. The Almadi case at International Criminal Courts demonstrated how 3D evidence strengthens accountability, and fourth, AI supports economic recovery, especially through enhanced heritage tourism planning. This dimension shows clearly that AI is not only a technical matter, it is also political, ethical, and social. Conclusion and recommendations. In conclusion, AI is emerging as a critical tool for heritage protection in post-conflict contexts like Timbuktu. It enhances documentation, accelerates reconstruction, and improves monitoring, yet its impact is strongest when it is harmonized with local knowledge systems and cultural values. I recommended establishing a Sahelian observatory for AI and heritage, developing national digital infrastructure, training Malian specialists, and promoting hybrid approach that combine cutting-edge technology with ancestral wisdom. Thank you very much for your attention.
So that was our another talk highlighting what AI can, potentialities of AI in conflict and fragile situations from Mali, and we thank the speaker. We move on to the last Ignite talk of this session, that is by Noemi Gabe from ICROM, and welcome, Noemi. You get the last word because we're from the host organization. And your talk is going to be on Kemi AI, integrating AI into cultural heritage monitoring. And we will have the video playing, and then you are here in person. Thank you so much. So Rivka.
My name is Noemi Gabe. I am a conservation architect and heritage specialist consultant at ICROM. which is one of the partners in the Cheminova Consortium, a research and innovation project founded by the European Union Horizon Framework Programme. I am here today representing the project to talk about the use of artificial intelligence on cultural heritage monitoring on behalf of my co-author colleagues Roy Gigyasu, Franz Rottersteiner, Reza Aindarain-Baei, Alessandra Bonazza and Alessandro Sardella. Limited time and human resources, bureaucratic and administrative barriers, insufficient financial support, difficult access to remote and hazardous sites, fragmented and non-interoperable data, lack of true interdisciplinary teamwork, lack of digital skills, and unequal access to advanced tools. These are some of the main challenges that professionals face daily in their monitoring practice. In a world undergoing deep transformations, the needs of heritage professionals are increasing. There is a clear demand for well-defined methodologies and workflows, for accessible and open-source digital platforms, and for proper training to use these tools effectively. Understanding the existing gaps and how AI can help address some of them has become essential. Cheminova brings together an interdisciplinary consortium committed to advancing technologies and practices for cultural heritage conservation and monitoring, offering opportunities to explore practical AI applications aimed at addressing existing gaps. Cheminova aims to develop an innovative suite of free and open-source digital tools to support heritage professionals and institutions in the conservation, analysis, and monitoring of both movable and immovable cultural heritage. By integrating non-invasive and non-destructive technologies for damage assessment, the project provides effective solutions to address major human-induced threats, particularly climate change and armed conflicts, while also promoting the collaboration with the communities through narrative experiences that raise awareness about the impacts of climate change on heritage. In this video, you can see some of the technologies and tools developed so far. As you just seen, the suite employs different technologies such as augmented reality, virtual reality, and artificial intelligence, placing 3D models of the heritage asset at the center of the ecosystem. These models are then enriched with multiple layers of information acquired through various remote sensors and expert annotations, within a shared environment that fosters multidisciplinary collaboration and facilitates both on-site and remote assessments. Within this suite, the module ChemiAI introduces artificial intelligence into heritage monitoring workflows. By applying machine learning algorithms to 3D models, ChemiAI supports the detection and classification of damage types, providing an additional layer of insight to assist condition assessments, particularly during on-site inspections. From the beginning of the project in February 24, the tiled roof of the historic Lanao building in Valencia has been one of the pilot case studies for the data acquisition and for the training and testing of ChemiAI. We actually used some of our tools earlier than planned because, as you may know, the Valencia region was severely affected by the Dana flood in October 24, an extreme climatic event that illustrates the accelerating impacts of climate change, with episodes becoming increasingly intense and frequent. This situation enabled the early application of several project tools and methodologies in a real emergency context. The data acquired in different moments in time were used to generate a textured 3D mesh of the roof of the historic building of Lanao using photogrammetric methods. Then, heritage experts contributed by identifying different damage types, such as biodeterioration, blackening, and fracturing, providing annotated data for training while reserving others for testing. In subsequent validation phases, experts will assess whether the areas flagged by the AI correspond to real conditions. The first evaluation of ChemiAI on Lanao dataset showed encouraging results. with over 73% accuracy in identifying damage types on 3D surfaces. It performed particularly well in recognizing major deterioration patterns, while rare cases were more challenging. These findings highlight both the potential of the approach and the importance of balancing training data in the next development phase. And finally, from this work, we identified several lessons and challenges that need further reflection and improvement, such as lack of trust from experts resistant to change, ethical concerns, the need for large and diverse training datasets, limited human resources for annotation and training, and the diversity of materials and environmental conditions found in heritage. However, these challenges have also revealed important opportunities for the future. Developing innovative solutions to make conservation practice more efficient, placing heritage at the center as a driver of technological innovation, and promoting truly multidisciplinary research and exchange. But one thing remains certain. New tools must respond to actual needs from the field and be designed to remain as accessible and inclusive as possible. Their adoption also depends on careful planning of how they are introduced into practice, supported by capacity building activities, training and awareness activities that build confidence and trust among professionals. Thank you very much for your attention and follow us on our channels to stay up to date with the progress of Cheminova.
Thank you, Naomi. Thank you for that illuminating Ignite. And now I would like to once again see if Tianlan has joined us or not. If not, then I'm going to open the floor for questions. I would like Hajar, Hassan, Drisa, if Drisa is in room. Naomi, I can already see on my screen, to open your cameras. And there is the first question, and it is addressed to Hassan. Let me just read it out. It says, it's from Bushra. And Bushra, you are there. I can see you in the room. Have you considered using the CARE principles instead of FAIR? Given the limitations in the FAIR data principles and the tendency for it to replicate inequitable dynamics. So who would like to, Hassan, first of all, if you're there. Are you there, Hassan?
Hassan is not here. I think he's trying to rejoin.
Oh, he's trying to rejoin. Okay, anyone can take it up, but maybe Bushra can explain us the difference between FAIR and CARE. Bushra, you there? No? So we are having a real barrier of discussion here. It's not AI enabled. it's human generated. So who would like to take this on? Or we move to the next question. Maybe Naomi, you would like to comment a little bit upon Cheminova and how you are looking at data management and these principles.
Okay, it works. Yes, sure. Thank you so much. Today we have also the great opportunity having with us two other co-authors, Alessandra Bonazza and Reza.
I saw her, yes.
Yes, so I don't know, because I took a lot of space, maybe they want to add something on the presentation. I don't know. I see Alessandra, but she's in mute. She's mute.
Okay. Okay, so let's move on to the next question. Naomi, why don't you tell me how you are? So there is a question: how to share heritage to youth in the eyes of AI. What I think the person means to say is how to use it through make heritage more accessible through AI to the youth. So do you have any idea through Cheminova? How are you achieving that?
Yes, I mean, in Cheminova we have different tools. We are working also with different technologies, and for sure the accessible part of the work is not only something that we are doing only with AI, but also developing desktop application, because, as you know, sometimes there are really big barriers to change and to adopt new tools, and maybe desktop application are easy at the beginning, but in this project we also use different technologies and AI including. But AI is something really it's something that a work in progress, let's say, because we are currently at almost a bit more than half of the project. So it's something that we're still working on. And for sure, we are facing both challenges and but we learned a lot. So I think that this project is really important to learn a lot, and also to have discussion. For example, Alessandra, she's more expert in other fields, and so we also working with ET partners. Being a heritage expert is a challenge because we have to find also a common vocabulary to make then accessible the tools, because to make accessible the tools is mean that they are actually they answer to a needs from the field, no?
From the field.
So exactly.
No, and that's the point, I think, in your presentation, and also what Teresa was saying in his presentation, and also I think in Hassan's presentation, what came out very clearly is that these are all tools that are being developed. So, for example, platforms are being developed and being tested. So, and in fragile situations, how do we make sure that the data is safe, as the Deputy Minister Bondar was pointing out also? And at the same time, how do we ensure that all the fields come together? And you were pointing towards lack of data, lack of data to train AI. So these remains challenges. Any comments from the participants, please? I encourage, and I would ask my tech support team, if you see any hands up, you can raise hand. You can use the raise hand function to speak and to intervene, because this is not meant to be a one-way dial, a lane, or like just presentations, but we are also inviting dialogue. So please feel free to jump in. So Alessandra Bonazza, please go on, and we'll unmute you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. So nice to hear you all. I wanted also to comment how much it's challenging to transfer all the knowledge in terms of in the framework of evaluation and diagnosis and protection of cultural heritage due to climate change, pollution, and all the other hazards that we don't have. How much is challenging to transfer all this knowledge in results that could be useful for developing these tools based on artificial intelligence. And we have the responsibility, as researchers, to be very much realistic and honest in giving a good transfer of the results in order that these tools are really efficient in supporting professionists and heritage managers. So this is one of the major challenge that we are facing in Cheminova. And as Noemi was saying, we had a good partnership where we have ICT colleagues more devoted and addressed to the technological development, and we have conservators, restorers, but also colleagues from the scientific community working on the evaluation of damage and impacts on heritage. Thank you, Noemi, for having coordinated all this job and all this presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alessandra. And I see another hand going up, and I think I just lost the Stefania.
No,
Stefania, please go on.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. Very, very interesting talks. I suppose I have a couple of questions, if that is allowed. One for the Cheminova consortium and one for the Malian colleague. So the first one is about data, actually. So you are developing an open source tool which uses AI for condition assessment. Have you already formulated data exchange, data protection frameworks for the submission and use for the submission of data and use of this tool, because one of the main issues is that, AI systems are known for scrapping data or using data that may have been regulated by other ideas, or that people are not very clear about how it will be used. We have encountered, in my project, I work in a project that is constructing a heritage database in sub-Saharan Africa with in-country partners. There are a lot of concerns from national authorities about, in fact, using any of these AI tools to share data that they would like to have some control on.
Yeah, who would like to answer that? Alessandra, you, Naomi?
Yeah, maybe about the data is really a critical point. You raise really a central point, because we discussed a lot about this. Because in the platform, people, they will share sensitive data. I mean, they are not supposed to share sensitive data, but they will share 3D models. So they will create 3D model, and then on this 3D model, they will add some annotation information, and they will share also many data. So we worked a lot to kind of find some security layer, because we have different layer of users. So some are like, let's say, administrators, some or they have different hierarchy in the level of the user. So in this way, we try to control what is uploaded and what should not be uploaded. Also about the license, we are working with open license, but again here it's really a good point, and we have a full, I don't know if you're familiar with European project, but they are organized in work package. So we have a full section of the project dedicated to the interoperability, to the management of the data, and also Alessandra, she's working a lot of the kind of data that are gathering, that are collected. So we are working hard on this to avoid misuse of data, and this is something really. And maybe Alessandra, you want to comment on this?
I can also add something if you want a better
Yeah,
answer.
Reza.
Yeah.
Go on,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Reza.
well, yeah. The question is like, how sensitive it would be if we want to use the AI in our like data set. So the first thing in our project is that the model is open source. The weights also are open source, so you can grab the model and grab the weight, and if you have the like required hardware, you can run it on your device, and nobody will see anything. So it's already there and no connection to nobody, and you only see the result. But if you don't have that, it also can be like processed on a some other hardware, but again, we wouldn't use that your data explicitly for the training. So training is done in some open source data. Again, everybody can see the data, and if you want, you can just use it for basically inference. So there is no dependency on your data or any other user data. But at the end of the day, if you're again concerned about anything, everything is open source. You can just use the model and weights and run it in your PC. So there is nothing we use as like data for training or abusing the data basically.
Stefania, does that answer your concern?
In part, because then it's a matter of representation. I'm not sure what you mean when you say open source to start with, because open data and open source data are different things. But anyway, it also then becomes a matter of representation, because if I work with models in countries with monuments that are not represented in any of the available data sets, then I'm not going to get anything out of this. So that's why I was asking what is this discussion that is happening about to which extent can somebody contribute data for training? How do they guarantee that they can contribute and then withdraw the data if they want? And yeah, how do we also represent data sets that are not represented in the generally available imagery that is used for training at present in the internet?
Well, yeah. Now it's a question of how good is your model. Like if you say I have some data set which nobody in the world has it, does your model can predict the right class for that? So the answer to this question is absolutely no. Because if you are the only person that have some data set that nobody else in the world has, in what else the model can understand that class? So the model should see something. So the next question is how we can train a model in a way that sees that sort of the representation. So basically one option is that you basically can share your data, but if you're again concerned about your data and sensitivity of your data, you can grab the model and you can use the pre-trained weight and you can fine-tune model on your specific data set. So it's basically your like it depends on you. If you are not concerned about your data set, you can share with us and we can train a model. So if we have more data, the model can also see that specific data set and learn that distribution. But if you are concerned with the data set, you can do it by your own and you can use only the model, like the architecture. It's an architecture that we share. We have some data, but the data is limited. We don't have like all the data in the world to train our model. So we have some limited data set. We train on that limited data set. But if you need further training, you can do it by your own with your data set and with sharing with nobody.
So let me paraphrase that. That means you're saying that your model is available for others to train and further adapt to their respective data sets without sharing. So that's a very good thing. And the second thing that I would like to add to this is that we ourselves have some experience. We made a risk map for Ukraine, and once again, some of the information there about a site and how likely it is to be, let's say, a fire risk of a site. If I say it's like the chance is 5 to 6, it means very likely, high to moderate to high risk. But I cannot share that information publicly by saying like XX site has a very high fire risk, is prone to fire. And even if I'm giving and sharing that information in a fragile setting, it could further, like in the case of Mali or in active conflict zones, this could further endanger heritage. So certainly those checks and balances have to be there. So that means more collaboration between institutions, more trust building is required, and more secure environments are required. So that means more data sharing, but that also means financial means to enable that data sharing, and also putting in long-term security checks so that the data cannot be misused in any way, right? No data breaches. So we are also looking into that. I see many hands going up. I invite everyone to jump in. Go on. Okay, who wants to go on? Bushra, have your say.
Thanks, Aparna. I don't know if Hassan is already back. If not, I do have another question, and this one would be more broadly because we are talking about the intersections with climate change and using these tools to maybe protect natural heritage, etc. I'm wondering, and this came up mostly in the conversation, I think, or presentation from Noemi and her team, that there also needs to be an assessment of the climate impacts, environmental impacts of these advanced technology tools. I'm wondering if that has been done. How are you measuring and monitoring that? That's something that we're assessing through UNU eGov now. Because then there's this, you're undermining the goal. Like as we become increasingly datafied, there's a lot of pressure on the natural environment. And so that the damage that's being done is actually outpacing any safeguarding or protection efforts. So that's one of my questions. And then I'll loop back around if we have more time.
Any takers? I see Alessandra smiling. Who else wants to go?
Yeah, well, to be honest, I'm not quite sure to have fully understood your question. So are you, mentioning about, how we include evaluation of climate change impact on also on natural science, it's about the impacts of the use of these tools. So could you give me more hints? Because it was not fully clear to me what you were asking about.
Yeah,
exactly.
So I'm asking about the impacts of the specific tools that you're using. So
Okay.
whether it's the
Okay.
artificial intelligence or the augmented reality, etc.?
Yeah, well, I think that this is a very good point. I don't think that we are taking actually into account in our project. I mean, we have 3 years of project, and I think that we have a lot of work to do. And maybe these 3 years are not enough, but you are actually right. I think this should be something that we need to take into account for the future. I mean, we are using again and again and more artificial intelligence and all these other and all related, I mean, aspects. So we should take into consideration this for sure.
And also
in the
about
future.
also about the impact of the storage, because we have a lot of gigabytes of data, really. So it's a question that we had, but it's hard to answer. I mean, we are aware of this, but yes, it is something that that require a lot of also investment and more
in the future. Yeah, sure.
So
Very good point.
There you have your answer, Bushra. It's still an emerging, field where cultural heritage is concerned, and we are so excited about the potentiality that we are not looking at the impacts per se, and that takes us back to your first question about fair and care principles. And I also have Marvin Tajeda, who's asking how to validate authenticity of the data and it is verifiable, of course, and how to secure the data that it cannot be erased and omitted via data attack. Yes. So I think that's at the back of your mind. And I don't want Caminova to take the space, but it seems Caminova is there and Hassan is not here. So, well, you will have to answer for the others.
Which one? How to
about
validate
the
data,
authenticity.
verification of the data, how it is verified that you're getting good data, that you're getting,
well, you need robust
database.
So in the framework of Caminova, we have a full work package which concerns the collection of data in relation to damage on different categories of heritage due to different hazards, and we are collecting this data. They are on pilot size specifically. And of course, we use this data and the previous knowledge in order to set priorities and criteria. So the artificial intelligence tool is trained by using this database. And of course, we are also, evaluating to which extent and the percentage of affidability, of the 3D models in representing the different damaged processes that for each type of damage process. So we are doing this job. This is very challenging again. So, and we will be very clear in saying, okay, with this tool, we are able to detect this type of damage and this type of damage on this type of material, on this type of heritage category. So we are not solving, all the problems that we have, but anyhow, we are giving and we will contribute to solve some of them.
Yes, and about the authenticity, of course, we are in a very controlled phase because we are in the development phase. But then, so we are using this case studies Alessandra just explained, no? But then, obviously, when we will release the platform, it will be more challenging, no, about the authenticity and also maybe the level of quality of the data that are uploaded. But again, here we are thinking of a moderation system to also control the kind of data and the authenticity of the data that will be uploaded in the platform, in the database.
Wonderful. So I guess this is very clear. Again, it seems that it's work in progress. Going back to Bushra, Bushra, would you care to, for our audience, distinguish between, fair and care principles? What you were saying to Hassan, maybe you can explain a little bit more what you mean by fair and what you care principles, not fair, but care principles. Yeah.
I would be happy to. And I think this actually connects into a question that I have for Teresa, because I noticed that they're still here, and I would love to ask them about some of the stuff that they talked about in their presentation around like the decolonial aspect of the initiatives, because that's also another area that I'm working on and looking at how some of these models or tools are actually replicating those dynamics. And then so in a context where you're trying to safeguard heritage and it is really to resist these kinds of incursions, that you may end up in a situation, especially when that technology is being imported in and not being developed by the local communities, that you run into these risks. So I was wondering if Teresa would be able to speak to that. And then I did include a link in the chat, but just to maybe do a quick summary. The care principles are like around, compared to the FAIR one. So the FAIR data principles, if everybody's familiar with, looks at it being findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Whereas the care principles, which were developed by a Maori community in what we currently call New Zealand, amongst their community members, is around collective benefit, authority to control, responsibility, and ethics. So it's more around these ideas of self-determination, again, resisting the colonial dynamics and what we're seeing as data extractivism. So much of our like economic models currently that are being pushed are shifting from a purely just resource extractive to a data extractive and exploitive kind of system. And so it's to resist that kind of dynamic. So I'm sure that the actual website provides much better and in-depth information, so I would encourage folks to read it in there. But I was curious if Teresa would be able to speak to the intersection with some of these issues, and how you're seeing maybe more locally rooted kind of initiatives being developed, and what would be the best ways to support that kind of work.
Teresa, over to you. It's really a very good question and something really at the heart of the efforts of Ctrl+S. Teresa.
Oui, Madame Bouchra, elle posait une question par rapport. Allô, vous m'entendez? Vous m'entendez?
Yes, we hear you. Yes.
Ici, avec l'insécurité et les problèmes de coupures intempestives, nous avons du mal vraiment à recevoir la connexion. Le signal, ça vient, ça part. Hein. C'est bon? Vous m'entendez?
Oui, Drissa, on t'entend. On vous entend. Vous pouvez y aller. Allez-y.
OK. Bon, au Mali, le problème, c'est que jusqu'à preuve du contraire, les professionnels du patrimoine ici ne sont pas particulièrement intéressés à l'intelligence artificielle. Et ce qui fait que la protection du patrimoine en situation d'urgence pose un sérieux problème. Si vous le constatez, en 2012, après la crise sociopolitique qui a fait chuter les trois régions du Nord, à savoir Gao, Tombouctou et Kidal, le gouvernement malien a essayé de collaborer, c'est-à-dire à lancer un appel international au niveau de la communauté internationale, avec en tête l'UNESCO pour pouvoir reconstruire les mausolées détruits par les groupes djihadistes. Et à savoir que 14 des 16 mausolées inscrits sur la liste du patrimoine mondial avaient été détruits en ce moment. Donc, cette reconstruction a demandé l'appui de la communauté internationale, à savoir l'UNESCO en particulier, et, comment dirais-je, le Centre pour la construction en architecture des terres, le cratère à Grenoble. Voilà, donc ce qui montre que, c'est-à-dire, au Mali aujourd'hui, les professionnels du patrimoine ne sont pas formés. Il y a une crise notoire de personnel qualifié dans le domaine de la protection du patrimoine en lien avec l'intelligence artificielle. D'où ma réflexion sur ce projet-là.
For everyone, may I ask Imen to kindly translate for the audience?
Yes, for sure. Teresa, vous pouvez résumer en quelques phrases parce que j'ai pas prêté attention à tout ce que vous disiez. Donc, si vous pouvez répéter, donner un résumé de votre réponse pour que je puisse traduire en anglais.
Ah, d'accord. Je disais juste que au Mali, nous avons des professionnels de patrimoine.
D'accord.
Un bon nombre de professionnels de patrimoine, mais malheureusement, ces professionnels ne sont pas formés, c'est-à-dire dans l'utilisation de l'intelligence artificielle en lien avec la protection du patrimoine. D'où le problème, c'est-à-dire de destruction du patrimoine, au-delà de ce qui a été fait par le groupe djihadiste en 2012. Même actuellement, on n'a aucun
Donc, je
mécanisme
vais
de...
traduire ça pour le moment. What is he
Ah oui.
saying? That in Mali, they have many heritage professionals that are well formed, but not in AI. So for them, it's pretty difficult now to try and face the problems they're having now with the latest technologies of AI and everything. That's basically what he's commenting. Drissa, vous avez d'autres commentaires ou c'était bien ça?
Oui, oui, c'est bien ça. Et moi, je me suis dit qu'en tant que jeune professionnel du patrimoine et titulaire des masters dans la gestion du patrimoine, donc, et inscrit en thèse, donc je me suis dit qu'il serait intéressant de s'intéresser c'est-à-dire à ce trait d'union entre la protection du patrimoine culturel et l'intelligence artificielle, qui aujourd'hui continue d'être un sujet de portée mondiale.
Yes. What he's saying is that this subject is very important for Mali now to try and do the fusion of what they have now as teachings in cultural heritage and technologies, and particularly AI. That's basically it. Thank you, Teresa.
Okay, thank you so much.
Merci.
So there, I think everyone has the answer. Indeed, there are aspects of this that we have not touched today. This was a wide-ranging topic. AI-enabled climate disaster and conflict risk management. For heritage and associated communities, we had 3 exciting Ignite talks. We've heard about a platform that is being prepared in Lebanon for integrated sustainable cultural heritage management. So it's not more about, it's like day-to-day, everyday risks to, conservation of cultural heritage, and a platform where government and communities can come together using AI. And the concept was shared by Hassan. And then we had Drisa, who highlighted how in Mali, through UNESCO, and also with the help of UNOSAT, some of these digital solutions are being tried, first to monitor, and now in the rebuilding of the mausoleum, how they're trying to utilize some of these tools. But again, the efforts remain exploratory at best, as the region is still, there is a digital divide, if I may say so, and there is the problem of data sharing, data security, and how do we ensure that the data we are receiving is verifiable. There is the dearth of data. There is the need for greater participation from all sides, and closer interdisciplinary collaboration between technologists, IT professionals, and cultural heritage professionals. We also need architectures for Okay, so thank you for that. And if there are any other questions that you have that have not been answered or discussed in this session, we would like to address them in the cafe that is coming at the end of this day's deliberations. So stay tuned and see you after a break. I believe there is a raised hand, but I cannot. Yeah. Okay. Very quickly. Can I? My tech support, I'm asking you, can I take another question?
Yes, we can take one more question.
One more question. Okay. So approved by tech support. So go on. Who was asking the question?
Actually, this is Pradik.
Pradik, yes.
Yes.
Pradik, yeah.
My question is on what strategies are you taking in terms of developing the AI, considering data specification as the AI collects back information, which I feel it can lead to compromisation of the data in the information.
Sorry, could you come again? I really didn't get that. Could you repeat your question?
I'm trying. My question is on data compromisation in terms of the use of AI. What strategies are you taking in terms of data specification as the AI? Most of the time it collects back or many information at the same time without ensuring the specific information source in terms of museum management and protection.
I believe this has been answered by some of our speakers who have, the people who are building these kind of tools or platforms. They have developed some specifications to verify data and to understand that the data will be shared responsibly, and also it was highlighted that data that is open access and can be used, especially with the tool of Keminova, but for the others, I cannot answer that for the other speakers. It has to be in relation to specific AI-based tool. So I guess we will keep this question, and I'm sure this will be raised over and over again, as these are closely tied to each other. Every time we develop a new tool, a new solution, we have to think about the authenticity of the data as well as its long-term security and viability. So with that, I think we end this first parallel session, and we will be seeing you after a short break. So stay tuned and keep your questions coming, and we hope we'll be having some more solutions towards the end of the day. Thank you for everyone who participated, and we'll see you soon shortly.
So, good afternoon once again, and welcome to the panel on the use of artificial intelligence for social sensing, monitoring, learning, and the protection of cultural heritage during armed conflicts. For those who are not with me in the breakout parallel session, my name is Juhi Ambani. I'm a program officer with ICRAM's First Aid and Resilience for Cultural Heritage in Times of Crisis program, and it is my privilege to moderate this session, which is led by our partners, CFAL York, who are with us. And very shortly, I will announce our two very interesting speakers. But to set the ground, I would like to tell you a little bit about what we're going to cover today. Since the escalation of the armed conflict in Ukraine in February 2022, the country's cultural heritage sector has faced unprecedented challenges. According to UNESCO's most recent data as of September 2025, more than 500 cultural properties have been verified as damaged. But we know from the talk today, we know in reality the numbers are much higher. The destruction has disrupted cultural infrastructure at every level, while also displacing knowledge holders and practitioners who sustain Ukraine's living heritage. The scale of impact is equally reflected in the economic assessments. The RDNA report of 2024 estimates direct damages exceeding $4.1 billion, with total sectoral losses surpassing $29 billion US. Over the next decade, the estimated $10.5 billion will be required to restore and safeguard cultural and tourism infrastructure, which only underscores the urgency of risk-informed and community-centered recovery efforts. Amid these immense challenges, innovative technologies have now emerged as critical enablers. Social sensing, which is powered by advances in AI, is allowing heritage professionals, first responders, and communities to detect, document, and monitor damage with unprecedented speed and granularity. From tracing public narratives and community sentiment to analyzing spatial patterns in near real time, AI systems are transforming how we identify vulnerabilities, anticipate risks, and support more coordinated responses during conflict. At the same time, recent studies emphasize that these technologies must be used responsibly. Their deployment requires robust ethical frameworks, sensitivity to local knowledge systems, and careful attention to issues of privacy, representation, and agency. As we explore in this panel, AI-driven social sensing does not replace people, but it amplifies the voices, action, and resilience of those closest to the heritage at risk. Today, our speakers will share insights from their research and practice in Ukraine that illustrate how AI and social sensing can support rapid, actionable, and ethically grounded responses, and how these tools can contribute to more resilient pathways for cultural heritage protection in times of conflict. Let me introduce our speakers. First, I would like to introduce Dr. Maleknaz Naebi, Associate Professor at York University and Associate Director at CFAL York. Her work focuses on AI for social good, software engineering, and human-centered technology design. Next, we also have Dr. Ali Asgari, Professor of Disaster and Emergency Management, Director of CFAL York, and Executive Director of Ederism at York University. His work examines post-disaster recovery, heritage protection, and the application of AI, geomatics, and simulation in crisis settings. I would like to give the floor to both the speakers, where I'm going to ask you to unmute yourselves, and the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. I'm Maleknaz Naebi. I'm Associate Professor at York University and Associate Director of CFAL York, the United Nations Training Institute for Authorities and Leaders at York University. It's a pleasure being here. Dr. Asgari?
Yes, good afternoon and good morning to everyone. Thank you very much for being with us. I'm glad that we are able to make the presentation with my colleague, Dr. Naebi, today in the session. Thank you.
So I'm going to talk about the topic first on the background and the techniques and the methodologies in terms of computer science and machine learning, which is the field that I'm doing research, and I'm pretty much interested in the societal aspects of AI within the society. This talk is particularly about social sensing and community engagement when it comes to AI for inclusive heritage and reconstruction. When cultural heritage is attacked in a conflict, the damage isn't only physical, as you know, it affects cultural memories, identity, and the way communities understand themselves. In Ukraine, we've now documented more than 500 impacted sites, but official reporting is only part of the picture. What's fascinating and increasingly important is that the first signal of damage will often come from the public. People post photos, short clips, comments, fragments of emotions. They react before institutions can verify anything. And collectively, these early signals from what we call social sensing, is coming up in the social media. So collectively, these are early signals from what the communities generate data and that we can use. And it helps us detect, localize, and interpret events in real time. In this talk, I want to walk through how AI can work with this kind of data, how we can capture social attention, track shifts in sentiment, identify emerging narratives of loss or resilience. And the goal isn't to turn social media into a perfect sensor. Far from it, actually. It's to understand how communities themselves become part of the monitoring ecosystem and how AI can help us interpret these signals responsibly when heritage is under threat.
So let's start by talking a bit about social hearing and what that is. Social hearing is the real-time detection of public reactions, emotions, and signals, as I discussed, and social listening focuses on analyzing those signals over time to uncover pattern, meaning, and deeper insights, which is like over time. It is not, the social hearing is not yet the deep analysis. It's just listening and understanding. It's more like tuning into the general feeling. But when we are diving deeper and we understand that what actually patterns are across different cultures, across different units, that would be more of a social listening. And it gives us a feeling of what communities want. So before we talk about methods, it helps us to be clear about the actual problem we are trying to solve. When a heritage site is damaged in a conflict zone, information doesn't come through official channels right away. Access is restricted, verification takes time, and sometimes there are no formal reports at all in the earliest stages. But online, communities react instantly. People upload images, short clips, comments, and emotional responses. Those reactions are messy, unstructured, or what I like to call it unstructured communications, but they are fast. And this is where social sensing becomes essential. AI can help us collect these early signals, organize them, and understand what they are pointing to, not just the physical damage, but also the social meaning attached to that damage. And so as such, we collect public digital traces, and my emphasis is on the word public, the post, images, comments, hashtags, and we filter them, which is not a trivial task, but filter them by location, event timing, and heritage-related cues, using different AI models to classify themes, emotions, and attention spikes, and map the emerging patterns, such like grief, outrage, call for protection, and resilience narratives. There is a spectrum of techniques that can be used. For example, this diagram shows from Forbes shows how these techniques in AI are being, contributing to different aspects. On the left side, we have symbolic and logic-based systems, things like expert system, inductive logic programming, and robotic process automation. These are good for structured reasoning, rule-based verification, credibility tracks, etc. As we move toward the middle, we reach probabilistic and machine learning methods like Bayesian networks, natural language processing, computer vision, and these are the most of our social sensing work leaves. When we talk about sentiment analysis, misinformation detection, location, interface, etc., these are grounded in the techniques shown in the central area. On the right side, we see a sub-symbolic and embodied system. Deep neural networks, generative models, as you know, they're like more and more emerging and getting stronger, multi-agent systems. And there is where generative AI fits here. Like you might know, GPT, Llama, Gemini, etc., different foundation models. These models help us reconstruct damage sites, summarize massive social media streams, and simulate pre-damage or post-damage states. So overall, the image reminds us that protecting cultural heritage is the conflict requirement, not only one type of AI, but what we are talking is a pipeline or a set of AI that we are talking about. So if you go a bit deeper, the actual pipeline behind this work has several layers. We first ingest data across multiple platforms, not just posts, but images, videos, video frames, metadata, anything tied to the moment a site might have been damaged. Then we move into signal detection. Here we use a mix of NLP and computer vision to filter out irrelevant noise and automatically flag content that likely refer to a heritage site or an affected location. Once these signals are identified, we structure them. Topic models help us understand emerging themes. Entity linking connects mentions to specific sites, etc. And after that, we analyze emotions. We fine-tune classifiers to detect patterns like grief, outrage, fear, resilience, and then we look at timing, spikes of attention, diffusion patterns. moments there where reactions cluster or spread rapidly. And finally, we cross-validate computing these social signals with OSINT sources, satellite observations, or institutional reports to verify whether this information is correct or not. So this allows us to move from raw public noise to reliable, interpretable insights in a conflict setting. And so the top, I keep referring to, sentiment analysis. And in that aspect, we model the emotional layer of public reaction when a heritage site is damaged. We use transformer-based architectures these days that are fine-tuned on a conflict-related dataset to detect nonsense of emotional state. These models don't just classify polarity, they map affective intensity, latent patterns, and shifts in narrative tones. We then track these signals over time to understand how emotions evolve around a specific event, whether the reaction spikes sharply, whether it sustains or despises, and how different communities express distinct emotional trajectories, because different cultures show to have different ways of discussing, for example, grief or resilience. This temporal dynamic helps us estimate the social impact of the damage and sometimes even predict which sites will trigger collective mobilization. When we're talking about machine learning and AI, it's really an integral part to talk about the quality of the information. In AI, quality and quantity of data, as you know, play a critical role in understanding the success of the algorithm. And if the data is not good, the results that we are achieving is not good either, or what you can see is garbage in, garbage out. In conflict setting, the information stream become extremely noisy. Old images resurface. Now generated images by, for example, Gemini resurface a lot. Videos are mislabeled. Some content is intentionally manipulated to play with the emotions of the crowd or for political reasons. To handle this, we extract factual claims from posts and run them through verification pipeline, which is very, very important when we are trying to do social sensing. That combines LLM-based reasoning with trusted reference sources, like the official repositories from the government and the domain-specific heritage registries. On the visual side, we apply image forensics methods to detect inconsistencies, metadata mismatch, compression artifacts, pixel-level anomaly detection, and reverse search conflicts. These help us flag content that may be altered or taken from a different context. And when we see narratives begin to diverge rapidly across platforms, for example, when multiple versions of an event appear simultaneously or in parallel, that divergence pattern itself becomes a signal for us to identify the misinformation. It often indicates coordinated misinformation, actually, these type of signals. So not every reaction to heritage damage is sympathetic, as you can imagine, specifically during war, for example, war in Ukraine. In conflict environments, discussions often shift into being politicized, hostile, or targeted rhetoric. To capture this, we use multilingual toxicity and hate speech classifiers that are adapted to conflict discourse, where emotional intensity is high and literal phrasing can be misleading. These models analyze multiple layers of the text, lexical patterns, contextual cues, conversational history, and group targeting indicators. We also incorporate a state detection to understand whether a post is expressing aggression, defending a group, or referencing hostile language without endorsing it. Because conflict language is emotionally charged, we calibrate the models carefully. We fine-tune thresholds to identify the toxicity, integrate human in the loop evaluation, and use adversarial testing to reduce false positives. This helps us detect true escalation patterns, harassment waves, targeted abuse, or the emergence of dehumanizing narratives for the type of social sensing that we are doing. So at the same time, not every not every post carries the same evidentiary value, so we model credibility as a multi-factor signal rather than a binary judgment. We evaluate source reliability, as said, using account history, posting behavior, linguistic consistency. Then we cross-check each claim across platforms to see whether these descriptions or timestamps converge. We also monitor behavior anomalies that often appear during misinformation search, like newly created accounts, bots, abrupt posting. These statistical irregularities help us identify signals that are less likely to be organic, and by combining these features into a weighted credibility score, we can separate high confidence community reporting from low trust or potentially manipulative content. This is the next layer, which trend and burst and anomaly detection is also pretty important. This is the layer that helps us detect that an event is unfolding in real time. When a heritage site is hit or threshold or threatened, we typically see a rapid spike in activity. To capture this, we use temporal modeling techniques that track posting frequency, lexical drift, and topic emergence. And we monitor for burst signatures, sudden deviation from baseline behavior. And these patterns act as early indicators that something has happened, often before any institutional report is issued. And by combining volume-based spikes with semantic and visual anomalies, we gain a faster and more precise signal. When it comes to geosocial signals, most posts don't come with the geotags, and that's a challenge for us when we are doing social sensing. So we have to infer location directly using multiple layers of evidence. We start with text-based geolocation, extracting place names, landmarks, neighborhood references, and building basically a glossary or a dictionary of these type of terms. Then we bring in the visual layer. Computer vision models identify architectural features, skyline contours, signage, and different types of patterns, the environmental cues that help narrow down where an image was taken. Once we have these weak signals, we cluster them spatially and temporally to estimate probable event zone. And then combine it, of course, with the official signals or reports that we are having from the cultural heritage sites. By combining these indirect cues, we can map social reactions back to the specific cultural site with reasonable precision. And then lastly, the influence and network propagation is essential in the social movement layer of the analysis, where we study how information flows across communities. We build network graphs from interactions like reposts, mentions, comments, and the threads that they're existing, for example, on Twitter or X right now, and shared imagery to see who amplifies what and how different groups connect. By analyzing centrality, community structure, and cross-platform linkage, we can identify key amplifiers, bridge nodes, and clusters that shape the narratives. We also model diffusion patterns over time to see whether attention grows organically, or whether the pattern shows signs of coordination, such as synchronized posting, pods, political movements, tightly connected echo clusters. And this helps us understand not just what people are saying, but how narratives move, who drives them, and how they spread, and whether they are genuine. So, of course, we cannot forget about generative AI in this spectrum. Here we are looking at what generative AI contributes to the overall pipeline. These models operate across modalities, for example, text and image and videos and archival documents, which allows them to infer missing context and reconstruct detail we can no longer physically capture. On the visual side, generative models can paint damaged areas, restore architectural elements from partial evidence, and simulate a site pre-damage appearance by combining social media imagery with historical scans. I want to open a bracket here discussing that there is, of course, the problem of hallucination within these generative AI models, and so the reconstruction that's happening by them might not be yet as trustworthy as different techniques that existed in past, and generative AI should really be used by conscience, and that would be the consideration of human in the loop for these cases. So there are a lot of opportunities that, because of the time, I'm not going to discuss in detail, but the digital reconstruction from partial images and archival scans, structural estimation for damage architecture using vision models, and prioritization maps, for example, are a few of them. I really want to wrap this part of the panel by discussing that the AI in complex settings carries significant limitations and risks as well. And we cannot discuss all these good things without discussing the risks of it. By fusing pre-war archival material with crowdsourced social media photos, generative systems can create detailed 2D and 3D reconstructions that support both digital documentation and on-site restoration planning. However, the verification, the explainability part of these models are very important to make sure that the human in the loop can verify these changes and these differences. By that, I would like to finish this part of the panel and hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Asghari.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Nabi. It was a great descriptions of the tools and techniques and methodologies behind social sensing that clearly set the stage for the very short case study that I'm going to present here, just basically as an example of some of the challenges that you clearly mentioned. And thank you very much for such a precise descriptions of those tools and challenges that they have. Now, what I'm going to do briefly also is a sort of experiment that we carried out with the data coming from, for example, YouTube video comments. There are, of course, many sources for social sensing data, including social media, different platforms that I'm sure many of you are using, or either as a tool or also as a research and practice vehicle. But YouTube is of course one of those, and it has its own specifications and importance and excuse me, significance. Especially because, of course, it is combined with videos, and it's also one of the biggest and oldest platform that also has connection with public opinion. It allows for expression of opinion in different formats, and often, of course, they can be considered as real-time or near real-time social indicators of some of the changes with regard to the context that they present. And they're more comprehensive in a way because there's no limit really to the amount of, or a significant limit to the amount of content or information or text that you can provide in your comments on videos, etc. So it's a total different system in a sense when you compare it with other platforms. There are many other, of course, advantages here that I just listed them here, and that explains why we focused on this, not only in this research, but many of the past research that we are doing. We really have a particular attention to YouTube videos and comments made on YouTube videos for two reasons. One is that YouTube videos themselves are a source of knowledge that we can tap into using AI to extract materials and information from it, from the content itself, and also to explore social sensing through the comments made to those videos. So they're kind of cross-sectional and also bilateral connections between the content, the comments, and so forth. It makes it more dynamic and interesting to explore. In this very short experiment that we carried out, we reviewed some of the existing materials, YouTube videos, as I said, initially for creating a knowledge base for cultural heritage assessment that is available on YouTube. But once this discussion happened, of course, we thought this would be a good experiment to align with some of the social sensing discussions and tools that we talked about here to examine the comments. Overall, 62 videos were examined here, mostly covering cultural heritage plus some other keywords like war, like Ukraine, and other keywords that we examined. There were a lot of comments, of course. After cleaning the comments, we ended up, for example, with 3,744 useful comments for the whole 62 videos that we had. These are examples of the videos that I can capture, but we have the full list if anyone is interested. So again, what I'm going to present in a few slides quickly here is the application of some of those tools, social sensing tools that Dr. Naimi mentioned here in this particular data set. The keywords, as you can see here, these are the frequency of keywords mentioned in the comments, and obviously it shows that the comments were generally relevant to the discussions that we have here, as the words relevant words actually used within the comments. And of course, as we go ahead, we'll see that there were comments that are not necessarily directly relevant, and that is why different social sensing tools are needed to clarify, to remove some of these noises, and also examine their credibility and etc. So that's what we are doing. For example, for sentiment and emotion analysis, when you look at the whole comments, you can, at least from the comments, you can distinguish how people reacted to the different videos. Most of these videos, by the way, they fall into different categories, but some of them are news pieces, some of them are like talks about some of these issues, and some are, publicly captures videos of a certain cultural heritage sites and so forth. But overall, the people reaction and sentiment to these videos, you can say, was positive in some sense, and equally almost negative in some other sense. But this is a general picture. You need to go into details and understanding how these are distinguished and divided between different types of videos, and also even within different time frames, and what it means to be positive and what it means to be negative here. Now we look into some of these highly commented, for example, videos here, just to identify how this sentiment changes between the videos themselves. You can see there are variations among different types of video posted here. I'm not going to go into details of all of them, but one that is a stand-up in terms of differences with others is, for example, this video titled "Ukrainian Cultural Heritage in Danger," for example. This is a particular one that, of course, had a lot of comments, and also when you look at the comments, they were generally positive, and this positive reflects some sort of people emotional and sentiment toward protection, toward love of these sort of cultural heritage sites, etc., and feeling sad about the fact that they have been damaged and so forth. Again, you can see some of these emotions expressed in form of different words, anger, for example, fear, trust, sadness. You can see, overall that these words are often used in expressing themselves with regard to some of these videos. Again, there are a lot of details behind this, when one can, for example, see where anger is used, or which videos are more people express this emotion when it comes to anger, or what are those that are people express their joy or sadness, etc. We have those data, but it's not presented here. But essentially, it's just conveying this message that this kind of information can be extracted and examined in detail. This is another results. This is for the emotion profile based on, again, highly commented videos. Here you see some, there are differences, variations in terms of some of these emotions, but there is one, for example, that is see what remains of this UNESCO World Heritage Site after missile attack. That is shows a quite different emotion here. One can again look at this information and examine it in detail, what this video is all about, how long it is, how many comments are there, and where are the origins of the comments, and so forth. So there are a lot can be learned also from this angle. Now, as mentioned by Dr. Nabi, one of the key issues here is, of course, misinformation and disinformation. This is unfortunately a growing area of problem in disaster and emergency and crisis situations, where true information is often mixed with misinformation and disinformation, which makes a whole war complicated. But fortunately, there are tools available that we can also harness to extract the true information or correct information from false. These are tools. For example, here, just as mentioned, we can flag those that seem to be misinformation or disinformation by running some of the algorithm that can help with. Of course, one need to go into details and examine them in more. Sometimes you need to do also some human checking to make sure that those that are flagged as, for example, disinformation are really disinformation, and same those that are considered true still may not be actually true. So, but this is, again, you can see misinformation flagged can be carried out by particular videos and information shared there. Based on the comments provided, you can see a variety of different certain types of videos have higher rate of misinformation relative to others. One can also create a classification of these kind of information there. Well, of course, again, unfortunately, this is the case where there is a crisis, especially the crisis of this nature, conflicts, that there are both sides, different sides on it, and there is always, this possibility for toxicity and hate speech and bias detection, etc., etc. Bias that needs to be detected, and within the comments, you can certainly see those happening. Again, I'm not going to details of this because of some of those issues that are in existence with the data, especially YouTube, which is not anonymous. But essentially, you can see that there are possibilities there, and there are quite a huge number of possibilities for these kind of comments, and I mean, there are implications for that too. One needs also to check the credibility and trustworthiness based on certain criteria. Again, these are some of the preliminary results for examining some of these comments that provide some insight into how credible some of these sources are. You can, distinguish between neutral, low credibility, high trustworthiness, and so forth. But if we want to really use this data, essentially we need to understand how credible they are, and they can be measured in many different ways. I don't claim, or we don't claim, that we have necessarily applied the rigor here, but this is just an explanation of these tools enable us to go into the level of detail that we want to make sure the data that we use for our decision-making process, whatever it is, especially with regard to protection of heritage, understanding their situation, whatever, our goal is to make sure that they are trustworthy, and these measures, these tools also help us better understand if they are or not. Moving forward, I mentioned also some of the challenges that exist in sensing of social sensing, which there are different ways that we can bring in or tag this information or geotag this information. Unfortunately, YouTube videos or comments may not be as easy as some other platforms when it comes to geotagging. You may be able to do it through the comments made, or if some of the profiles are clear in terms of location, one can eventually get into more details, but that's not an easy one with regard to this platform site. But still, as I said, one can make some connections between those based on the comments made and the videos and so forth. This just graph shows the comments based on some basic geotagging of the information shared, and it can be done in many different ways based on the country, and also cross-checking if there's a co-occurrence between who mentions what and so forth. There are many ways that you can extract and visualize this information or comments made based on their potential location. And with that, I conclude, and I think we are running short of time, so I don't want to take much of time for Q&A at this point. And again, I thank you for listening and looking forward to the comments, questions, and possible future collaborations with anyone interested in this area. I can stop sharing to allow Joy to go ahead with the conversations. Thank you so much.
There we go. Already I hope you're able to see all the claps that you're getting. I think this was a very interesting presentation. Also a topic I wish you were in the previous session. I think Dr. Asghari was attending, where people were talking about how complicated social sensing can get, especially in terms of identifying the ethics behind it and agreeing on the ethics behind it. We already have a bunch of questions. I see Dr. Naibi has already answered one of them. So I'll start with the Q&A that are already within the Q&A section. And I think there was also someone that wanted to ask you something live. So we'll get right to it. The first question for both of you is, how do you ensure social listening does not veer into surveillance of communities? This was also highlighted in our previous panels. I'm sure more than one person would like to know your thoughts on it.
Go ahead, Dr. Naibi, if you want to start.
Sure. I mean, that's a pretty valid question, because it's there is a very fine line when you have a very, strong and a strong tool like AI. And it's one of the, we need to be very straightforward about that. It's one of the hardest parts of the work, because social media data specifically in conflict setting, is incredibly sensitive. And so people are posting in moments of fear, the anger, grief. They do not think about being part of an AI dataset, they're thinking about, just reflecting on the moment. So we have to treat that material with a lot of care. And first and foremost, we need to hold ourselves accountable for that. The first thing we do is minimize exposure. We never actually gather and store raw personal identifiers. We avoid downloading anything we don't need, and when whatever possible, we use privacy-preserving techniques like redaction, on-device processing, or differential privacy. The goal is to analyze patterns without tracking individuals, of course. And then the second part is bias management. Social media is not representative. Some groups post more, others are silent. Some communicate in ways algorithms don't understand. So we spend a lot of time calibrating models with local organizations. We normally do research in partnership with some community sites or community, engaged people. And so we spend a lot of time there, and we run bias audits to make sure we don't treat the most vocal group as the truth, because that's just the most vocal group, but the people who has the tool. And consent is a bit trickier, that's the part that we are not, we need to think twice about it. People don't explicitly consent to have their posts analyzed for heritage monitoring, for example, specifically when it's the wartime. So we use strict ethical filters. We only work with publicly available data. We don't analyze private groups, and we never feed output back into policing type of events or surveillance or anything that could harm the community. That's the beautiful thing of being part of the university and a researcher rather than working for any organization. organization that is, getting paid by those type of community, the policing parts. We also try to work with local heritage partners, so the analysis aligns with community needs. And of course, we hold ourselves accountable, keeping the models explainable so that people will understand how we come to a conclusion and so that they can judge whether this is something that they can trust or not.
Thank you, Dr. Naibi. Would you like to comment as well, Dr. Asghari?
Sure. Thank you very much. I tried to unmute myself, but
yes,
someone else doing that too. Thank you. Well, just very briefly, I think there are some technical side, there are some research, professional practice side of it, but at the same time, I still believe within this community of practice that is cultural heritage protection, preservation, and so forth, if you want to make it specific to this group, and also consider it as, in my view, when it comes to here, some connection with humanitarian element of it. While there are good practices there, still there has to be, I think, as these tools are becoming more widely used, there needs to be some standards and good practices that we need to create and observe and follow to make sure that this hasn't been essentially, this is not our job in form of using this information for surveillance. This is not what we do in this profession and this. But at the same time, if we don't have any good standard for ourselves, we may fall into this situation, which may unintentionally even be using this, not using for surveillance, but creating an impression or potential for that part. So I stop here, but essentially I see the needs for working on this area.
Thank you for that, Dr. Asghari. And I also would ask both of you to remain unmuted because for all the rest of the participants, we've disabled the, select to unmute themselves just for security reasons. So I think we have 2 more questions from the group. The next one is, can algorithms and AI LLMs infiltrate data privacies and use them as data exposure attacks, in your opinion? And I think this is directed towards Dr. Naibi.
Yeah, I think I kind of addressed that in what we discussed, and yes, it is possible, but there are techniques that we are employing for that, to minimize this exposure, like adversarial techniques or those type of things. So yes, it might happen.
Perfect. One more question we have is from Eleonora Tucci, but I also believe this is Muhammad because they were together and in the other panel, they clarified this. So few questions, I believe. What tools did you use for your analysis? I noticed that age data might be missing in the data set. Is there any information available on age? I believe this could significantly influence the insights and credibility of findings. And what language barriers did you encounter during research? For instance, when I research built heritage assets in different countries, I often struggle to find reliable information because much of it is now shared primarily on social media, which creates both language and accessibility barriers.
Okay, yeah, I think I'm gonna cover some of this. It's a long question.
Yes.
Well, each piece of this work uses different methods related to that particular aspect. So there are really, I can say about 20 at least different methods have been used just to extract and examine the data that we use. And I can say that there are still in each category, you can apply even more of those into that. I'm happy to share, some of those, and these are available, unfortunately, accessible to everyone. But when it comes to language, fortunately, with this, emerging of generative AI and possibility of translation and accommodation of different languages into AI models, it has made it more widely, I mean, in terms of at least diversity in use of language, different form of language into AI models has increased a lot. And even here we have used for the comments that were provided in different languages like Ukrainian, Russian, and other languages, they were used in this analysis. One can later on translate them to English if wants to explain them, but essentially there are possibilities there. But of course, certainly the amount of information coming out is not necessarily even or balanced among different base languages when you want to compare this. So even as I said, most of the videos that we have used here are essentially the contents are English in terms of language. So there are always this kind of bias when it comes to at least the current availability of information, especially this in this particular topic. You know, it's you may find on the general topics, you may find quite significant content in different languages, but in heritage, in detail, not much really in terms of diversity in language. I stop here. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you also like to comment on this, Dr. Naibi, or we can?
I just answered, that is a perfect response. Just the part that what tools we use is just like, as researchers, we have a research team that we develop our own, like basically code our own tools and techniques. So it's not a off-the-shelf, tool that we just point and say we use that. It's just, we develop our own algorithm as part of our research.
Absolutely. Thank you. We have one more question in the Q&A from David Gundry. Thank you very much for the presentation. How do you avoid confirmation bias? I think you kind of addressed this in your presentation, but if you could reinforce, as these videos are designed to generate a certain reaction, and also the influence of the algorithm of hosting platform, which is designed to reinforce more extreme views relative to neutral views.
Mm-hmm. I can maybe comment on that a bit. Yeah. I just highlight the parts that are, like maybe topic-wise what we do, because there is a lot that we can do here. Right now, there are few techniques that we use. First, we model the platform as part of the data. We don't treat posts as truths. We treat them as expression filtered through an algorithm environment. We build baseline distributions instead of reading spikes as confirmation. We compare, for example, compare them to what a normal day look like. Third, we use cross-platform triangulation. If a narrative appears on one platform, but it is not on the other platform, that's, for example, a signal that things are not valid. Fourth, we explicitly model content type bias. We separate reactions to highly emotive videos from reactions to text, to posts, eyewitness photos, etc. Fifth, we incorporate community context rather than only sentiment score. We ask, for example, who is posting, what is their profile, how are they connected, is there like a coordinated cluster, like an attack or a set of bots doing that? And finally, we keep humans. We do a lot of human in the loop. We have budgets for getting, unbiased or at least biased trained individuals to evaluate the results that we are generating, as well as from time to time monitoring the data that we are inputting to these algorithms.
Thank you, Dr. Naibi. And I think there's one more question, which very fortunately I can kind of merge with one of the questions I also had for you, because we're short on time. The question is from someone from Kosovo. How are these information gathered and used in addressing the preservation challenges of cultural heritage at risk? And this goes hand in hand in one of the questions that popped in my mind as well, that we often work, for example, with first aiders, local responders on the ground. I know that CFAL York as well is doing a lot of work on the ground. So from your perspective, how can social sensing accelerate early recovery efforts, and what are the key factors that you think can make this kind of a methodology, when implemented, truly actionable on the ground?
I think Dr. Askari is the perfect person to answer that.
Yes.
Sure, thank you so much. Yeah, this is very important question, and for every step of cultural heritage preservation and response during major emergencies and conflict situations. First of all, we need data. And this data, as clearly mentioned by Dr. Nabi, for the most part comes like any real action in emergency situations come from people on the ground. First, neighbors, those who live in the community before even agencies arrive. So we thought there is a potential for situational awareness that this data can bring in, first-hand information about what has happened, for example, a rapid assessment that can be used. But these are the data that are becoming available to us. What is important is for us as a whole to develop tools. Tools are there, but customize them. I think even the example that I mentioned here with regard to YouTube videos, while examining this with generic or existing tools that are meant for all-purpose type of applications, you may not necessarily get the information that you want. But once you customize those toward the specific needs of this process, they can certainly provide valuable information for rapid assessment, situational awareness, understanding the needs, understanding the challenges of response to, for example, when it comes to access to some of these sites. Again, information provided by the public can help us understand where are possibilities and where are not accessible to us in form of or the way that we want. And once this data is collected and combined, there are a lot of possibilities there that we can get insight from them and fill the gaps that we have ourselves in terms of the data collection methodologies that you use. We know that agencies that are responsible for that, they are also short in funding, short in resources. Tapping into these resources, somehow guiding how even they can, this cloud system or the cloud volunteers can help us in filling those gaps, kind of creating a mechanism for guiding these spontaneous volunteers that could provide this information would help a lot, of course. So there are lots of potentials I can talk about here, certainly to make this actionable and useful for us. But happy to hear other colleagues here who are also in the field. Dr. Nabi, do you want to add anything?
Yeah, I think that's a perfect response.
Thank
you. Great. Thank you very much. I did have one more question, and I would also like to see first if the audience has any questions they would like to ask live. If not, I think we're quite running out of time. I'll try and squeeze in a last question for quick remarks. I don't see any hands up, so I'll take that as an opportunity for myself. This is a question again for both of you, just as a conclusion, let's say, to this panel. What could be some opportunities or barriers you see in scaling such a model, let's say, a methodology and a model and a way of working for beyond pilot projects or for specific conflict zones? And this I'm taking basically to see how these innovations can be designed for sustainability and adaptability across diverse local contexts worldwide. And I know one of the main topics you've already covered is customization and tailoring. But beyond that, if there are some specific barriers and opportunities as well, challenges and opportunities you can discuss regarding scalability, sustainability, and adaptability.
Maybe I can go first here,
Yes.
talking about the data, which is the input. So of course, data heterogeneity is one of them. Every conflict zone, every community, every platform has a completely different communication style. And what works for Ukrainian language and symbolism won't work, for example, for Palestine. A second barrier is infrastructure and access. Many heritage organizations simply don't have the compute bandwidth or technical staff needed for this type of analysis. That's where the researcher and research collaborations come in. So feel free to email us, and we would love to collaborate on this type of topics. And also there are issues of institutional trust and governance, as we discussed earlier. And finally, policy and ethical alignment, which we discussed. Dr. Askari?
These are really good points. I would possibly add, as I said, I mean, probably it's repeating, but we need to collaboratively work together and establish some sort of standards moving forward that helps us, maybe by platform, by different social media platform, by aggregating those platforms into some sort of practice. If I may even so, I mentioned customization. It is customization, but that requires some sort of thought behind this, maybe as a committee or something, a group of experts coming together and establish that base of data governance tools that can be used, classification of the data, and enhancement of data for longer term, and also possibly, if needed, to bring in some of these tech companies to focus on this particular area. As such, I mean, there are lots of opportunities outside this area, but not too much for us in this humanitarian aspect of the situation. Thank you.
Thank you. With this, thank you to both. With this, let me conclude what we've learned today. As we conclude today's panel, it is evident that AI presents unprecedented opportunities to protect cultural heritage in conflict zones and disaster-affected areas through enhanced monitoring, rapid assessments, and community-driven social sensing. Yet technology alone cannot succeed without genuine collaboration. We must work closely with communities, ensuring that active participation through the design, development, and implementation of recovery solutions. Their agency must remain central, as they are beyond data sources, partners in safeguarding their own heritage. Equally essential is the collective efforts of academic institutions such as York University, global networks such as CIFAL York, heritage organizations including ICRAM, ICOMOS, UNESCO, governmental and private sectors, because it's only through cross-sectoral collaboration we can build ethical frameworks, strengthen capacities, and translate such important methodologies and AI innovations into resilient, context-appropriate protection strategies. So I thank you once again, our speakers, Dr. Ali Asghari and Dr. Malak Naznaebi, for sharing your invaluable insights. And thank you to the audience for your engagement. I now hand over to Aparna to lead the next section. Thank you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Juhi. Thank you all.
Thank you, Juhi. That was an interesting panel, and I could see that our audience is engaged and responding. So moving on, it's my proud privilege to introduce the next keynote, that is AI for Risk-Resilient Heritage, a platform for predictive analysis, prioritized response, and global coordination by Natalia Makovetska, a Sustainability and Heritage Advisor. Over to Natalia.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes, perfect. And I will try to do my best to keep us in track with time. But let's see what I can do, and I will just quickly try to share the screen if it will be possible.
Yes.
Let me see. Please let me know if you can see the full screen.
Yes, we can.
Perfect. Perfect. So thank you very much for having me here. And of course, it's absolutely privilege to talk after all these conversations that we had during breakout sessions and panel discussions. I think that is quite brilliant, to be honest. I wanted to start my presentation with something very general, or more reflection on why do we need AI. But I think actually it's not that necessary with this setting and the participants, because I can see that most of the people are quite experienced, and the question of why AI is mostly valid for our colleagues who is not yet in that close to the topic. But maybe just a quick reflection because I know that not everyone here today even in this room and in this setting are AI experts or work with AI. I know that some of our participants and our colleagues, they just starting this journey, they're exploring what does it mean for the work. So in my presentation, I wanted to focus a little bit more on AI from the project and process management perspective and how it can support. And well, when I started shaping this keynote, we also had discussions with a colleague from Chrome that it's very important to tell that AI would probably never replace any heritage experts, right? It's the tool that builds for supporting experts. And based on all the discussions that I heard today, that's a great example, because we have so many great initiatives that running in parallel, that's supporting different types of activities. It's crisis response, it's monitoring, but it can't be really useful for us if it's not used by experts, by heritage professionals, by site managers. And I want maybe to talk a little bit about it and to show how AI can be a use cases, not only in the time of crisis or post-risk response, but also we will touch point about a little bit about it, but also we will talk more how these AI tools can support us on the daily basis. And with this, I maybe will jump that I want to focus on 3 cases or 3 modules that can be the core module for the heritage AI-driven heritage platform. And it will cover both, of course, our risk heritage, our heritage at risk, and also something that we work on the daily basis as heritage professionals. And let me start maybe with the case number 1 that you can see on the screen now. And I wanted to talk a little bit more about buffer zones, protection areas, and development, because we all have seen cases where World Heritage sites were placed in danger, delisted, or destroyed, not because of fires, floods, not because of conflict, but simply because urban development around them moved too fast and too quietly. And it was too late to provide any actions when it became obvious. We've seen in these cases regularly. The biggest cases, of course, we can see in the World Heritage Committees. On a yearly basis, we see that some of the sites are placing in the list in danger. Some of the sites are being even expelled from the World Heritage list. And this kind of risk is very difficult to monitor manually. It's slow burning, long lasting, and deeply embedded in the planning proposals, zoning decisions, height extensions, construction permits, infrastructure upgrades. Exactly the kind of documents that unfold quietly in municipal systems, rarely show up on the site manager desks until it's far too late. Even though I know that most of the site managers and heritage professionals, they would love to get a hold of those documents as early as possible, just because of the normal workload that every professional works on a daily basis. It's almost impossible. It's our reality now. No heritage professional, no site manager can track everything while also managing daily operations. And of course, in our ideal world, we have enough time to do it, and enough resources and enough people to track it. And maybe in some cases, I'm not sure who exactly are with us on this call today, right? Maybe you have very good budgets and enough people to monitor all the changes in the regulation, in the buffer zones, or protecting areas of your site. But I guess for many, many of us, this could be a big challenge. And it is simply impossible to read every planning document or zoning update that could suddenly introduce, for example, a new skyscraper in 5-kilometer radius from the site that is probably not in the protected area, but in the buffer zone for this area that can destroy the skyline. And that is very, very hard to trace at this moment from my perspective. And from my perspective, this is exactly the case where AI can become incredibly useful. And importantly, there is not something radically new or experimental, because we know that those tools that help us to track the regulatory changes, land use changes. They're used now AI-driven with different functions. So I'm talking about law firms, corporate compliance teams, sustainability departments already use the similar tools to track the land change around their sites. And of course, understanding the sensitivity of our heritage, of cultural heritage. We can't reuse the same tool that that they're using. But we can simply reuse and adjust this tool to prove that it can work in our context with more conscious and better understanding of the heritage processes, the heritage documentation, all our documents that support on the international, national, regional, and municipal level. So today, when we're speaking about those tools, of course, we see the risk that the tools that exist on the market now, or the tools are used by different industries, they are not that good yet. They don't have, they're not perfect. They can miss something in information, and also information can still be hidden or manipulated, just like in any process. And we understand that this tool or the AI agent that will help us to monitor the state of preservation of the buffer zones and development of the buffer zones, it cannot be used just independently. We still need professionals who can analyze the data provided by the tools. But I think this is a great starting point for us as heritage professionals to think about the buffer zones and to think about how we can improve the buffer zones oversight. And in this case, we've seen this from the other industries. These tools are developing, and as the more we fit them for the industry, or the more we fit them for our context, the better it becomes. With the right AI agent or monitoring setup, we can run weekly or monthly scans of planning databases, public notices, environmental impact assessments, municipal procurement portals, and local media, and as we also discussed, and also social media. All the information can be collected and do the first layer of analysis if there is anything critical happening. And the system can flag early signals long before the human would have time to read them. Because as you can imagine, with all our workload, it's quite heavy on the heritage experts to do this work manually. But I think also when we're speaking about the AI agent that can help us with monitoring of buffer zones, the beauty of this approach also is that it's not only for us as a heritage professional, it also can support municipalities who want to double check development proposals before any conversations, before any approvals. And also we're speaking about real estate developers or just developers who can use this tool to avoid complications with authorities, communities, before they started developing and drafting this project. The tool like this can also be very helpful for national heritage committees, ministries, agencies who struggle to track all the sites that are in their charge. Because we know it's also very heavy work on, to do the constant monitoring. And not all the cases can be solved before it is too late. And even the intergovernmental bodies, when we're speaking about World Heritage Committee, that can be also very helpful instrument. Because when we're speaking about heritage and speaking about heritage in the city, we don't want the city to stop development, right? Cities will grow, that's quite natural, but we want them to grow with cultural heritage in focus. And AI will give us this chance to intervene early before damage is irreversible, and to open dialogue, to explore alternatives and find solutions that work for the communities, for the heritage professionals, and of course for all the developers that wants to work in the cities. So I think this is the first very concrete area of where AI can provide very immediate and practical support. It is, of course, it is very beginning of this process, because to create the tool, we should start with very precise locations, check how it works, and then it can, but then it can be very easy escalated and used for all types of locations and types of heritage sites. So this is one of the 3 core modules when we're speaking about what is it in AI for heritage managers, how we can use it to make our life easier. I will quickly jump through other 2 cases just to give you maybe a little bit better understanding where we can use it as a wholly AI as one of holistic tools to help to make the life easier. And from here, I want to move to the second module or second case, the one that can be called knowing what's happening now, or in more practical terms, the live risk index. And I think in this module or in this case, many of us in the room is already discussing in one way or another. I think that's the most heated discussion because today risk can be measured and many risks can be predicted, not always in a long term, that would be absolutely brilliant, but very reliably, it can be predicted in short or medium term. Again, not in every case, of course. So when designing this case, we need to think about the different types of risks that heritage managers or professionals face. Some risks, especially climate-related risks, are already very well documented in other sectors. Heavy industries, constructions, energy companies, they all use large-scale tools for climate risk projections, flood modeling, fire modeling, and medium and long-term climate scenarios. And I know that the colleagues from UNESCO, and ICOMOS, they are working very closely together to develop these holistic climate risk analysis tools as well for the heritage sites. And this is one of the part of this risk index. But also heritage sites face other types of risks: conflict risks, governance and political risks, social instability, changes in land use enforcement, and so on. Those risks are equally important and they also need to be collected and integrated in the life risk picture. Now, the truth is, around the world, we see many cases where those risks were simply not predicted for heritage sites, not because no one thought about it, but because of simply there was not enough resources to do it. And some of the risks, like social instability, is in many cases not considered significant before it is too late. Large World Heritage properties sometimes have access to these specialized tools, but smaller national or municipal sites often do not, and making predictions almost impossible without external support. So we see different situations around the world where surface flooding appears unexpectedly, wildfires reach the site earlier than it was expected again, and rising groundwater creates sudden structural risks. It happens all around the world, different countries, climates, histories, but they all have one underlying truth: heritage survives or collapses depending on how quickly risks are detected, communicated, and addressed. And this is exactly where the Life Index can become a useful tool. We don't need to invent new scientific tool, and most of you probably already know it. We can build this index on already available and credible data sets for most of the regions. When we have climate projections, flood and fire risks maps, seismic activity data, conflict and political stability indicators, social tensions maps, of course, hydrological forecasts, meteorological models, historical vulnerability patterns. Those data sets are already used quite often in other industries. They already exist, but we, of course, can't just reuse it. We need to translate them to heritage management language. We can start with historical vulnerability patterns, but of course, as it was mentioned in the previous sessions, we need to use all our documents, all our procedures that has been developed in the during the last 20, 30, 40 years, and enrich those data sets with our understanding of the heritage. And of course, in the real-time data, that's what we're speaking about risk modeling, right? AI can help us immersively, but AI can also help us with matching this data with the real-time data, because we know that for some of the sites we already have sensor measuring vibration, humidity, temperature, remote sensing feeds, satellite imagery. But because even some of these risks can't be forecast long in advance. We can have identification, but when the risk happens, when the crisis happens, like earthquakes or sudden political events, wars, risks happens all the time. Many risks can be predicted maybe within minutes, hours, or day in advance. But those minutes, hours, and days can be quite important for the heritage managers, right? Because sometimes we can have preventive measures to minimize the damage, or we can save visitors, save collection. That is all doable when we have these AI tools or just general digital tools that prevent those risks in advance. Why I speak so much, it can be done without AI. It can be done with data sets, analysis. But I think AI helps us to scale it up so fast and so quick that it will be very, very, it is very useful for any site manager who doesn't have access to the big resources. And to sum it up a little bit, maybe we can briefly talk about the case number 3, emergency coordination. I also checked the program that there would be there would be colleagues from UNESCO talking about their emergency coordination app for the museums that they're developing. But I think we can start this topic here, and then they will follow it afterwards. So model 3 focuses on emergency coordination, that moment when clear, structured information matters the most. We talked about buffer zones and the risks there. We talked about prediction and life risks. But when the crisis happens, it happens here and now. And I want to stress it again, AI cannot and should not replace in any sort of site manager, heritage manager. It cannot deal with, because AI cannot deal with human emotions, intuition, local knowledge, maybe a little bit with local knowledge, or the lived complexity of the crisis situation. But what AI can do, it can remove enormous administrative and information burden that falls on the site managers in those first chaotic minutes of an emergency and maybe first following hours. If we invest time beforehand, AI can generate site-specific emergency protocols, not generic abstract plans, but instructions tailored to the material structures, governance models, and vulnerabilities of each site and each region also. And because this will be part of larger platform, it can work everywhere, for small museums, for archaeological sites, for large cultural landscapes and historic towns. So what can it do? First, it can send immediate emergency protocol to the phones of every responsible persons the moment the incident is confirmed. So we know that sometimes we need to look for some documents. We need to look for instructions that is hidden and buried in the tons of files that we have. Whenever we have emergency protocol pop up on our phone, it's much easier to understand what we previously agreed with. Right? It can also prepare checklists and material-specific instructions. If the life risk index identifies a flood risk, for example, the system knows exactly which materials and structures are most vulnerable and can generate actions accordingly. In the risk of fire, the protocol change, the priority change. And then the third, of course, it can help us in the next few hours or days to fill up the damage assessment forms, to prepare, to fill the regulatory templates and reporting formats we need to submit to municipalities, ministries, committees, insurance companies, and so on. Instead of searching for documents, the system guide the professionals step by step and helping to develop and helping to ease the burden of this paperwork. And of course, with these instructions and protocols, everything will be in one place. There is no need. No need to look for some additional context. All the information should be stored in one place. Of course, it can be done locally, digitally. You don't need AI for it, right? Someone can say, but I think AI is quite critical here because it can help us provide instructions not only for a specific site, but also on the country level or on the regional level, and also to provide the relevant templates, up-to-date information from the ministries that we can help and use faster than if we would look for it manually ourselves. So with this, I know that we are a little bit over our time, but I want first of all to say maybe stop sharing my screen and yeah, just to say thank you for letting me present it. And I think we are now facing this new phase of technological development, right? Remember, we moved from fax to emails and from paper maps to Google Maps. And this is the same moment. We just need to make it work for us, help us and support us, rather than anything else. Thank you so much for having me, and I will be happy to collaborate if you have any questions.
Thank you, Natalia. That was very interesting, and you do point out at very exciting potentialities that can be exploited, and and I'm sure there are many questions in the minds of our audience. I can see already that there are questions which I'm going to read out quickly if there are some. So, well, there is Bushra. I'm going to bypass Bushra for a while and go to Fahad, who says, can this AI framework be applied to complex or damaged cultural heritage sites, especially in conflict-affected countries such as Yemen? And what key requirements are needed to ensure its successful implementation in such sensitive environments? So Natalia, over to you if you can, and then I will go to Bushra. Bushra, I hope you don't mind, because I just wanted to give voice to everyone.
If you can just quickly repeat, because I think I had some problems with my connection.
Okay, I will repeat it again. So Fahad is basically asking, can this AI framework, which you have just outlined, can be applied to complex or damaged cultural heritage sites, especially in conflict-affected countries? So you were talking about buffer zones, so your World Heritage sites, let's say in Yemen, or non-World Heritage sites also, and what key requirements are needed to ensure its successful implementation in such sensitive environments?
Perfect. Thank you so much. First of all, of course, I think this is hypothesis, right? Because we are operating in a very sensitive topic. We don't know yet all the possibilities of AI, but from my perspective, when we're speaking about this sensitive and post-conflict or conflict environment, that's exactly where it can help immersively. Because we also know that when we're speaking about, for example, buffer zones, after the conflicts, there is a tendency, we've seen it in many regions, where the regions start to rebuild or restore, we are losing the integrity of the heritage sites. Just because smart developers deciding to put big, nice buildings, new buildings next to the World Heritage sites that damage it completely, or not damage, but ruin the buffer zone. So I think the main requirements is to have as much data as possible to be uploaded or fed into the AI, right? So we, of course, we need any maps that were previously created, any documentation that was previously created, that will be all, it's needed to be collected, it's needed to be digitalized, and it needed to be fit in the AI agent just to help build this tool. Because if we can't just, we can't unfortunately make it just based on the photos or on the news feeds. We need to work with the understanding of regulation. We need to work with understanding of local context, but it's possible, it's doable. It's we can take this discussion afterward, after just drop me an email, we can talk about it. But mostly, yes, we need to collect as much data from the before conflict period, but also on the current state of preservation. What's happening with the site, what's happening with the buffer zone around the site at this period of time.
So Natalia, thank you. There are just two questions which I would like to fold them into one. One is from Eduardo and the other one is from David Gundry. And it's basically they're thanking you for your presentation, but they're asking for specific examples of AI tools available that could be used for case one buffer zones monitoring. And David is saying that, again, specificity of AI tools, or is it just all theoretical? Any specific AI tools that you would care
Yeah,
to
I would
recommend?
say, yeah, I would say that it's not all theoretical now, but it's not all developed yet, because I can maybe check afterwards and share if you want to share some names of the tools that are being in development on the market, because I know that UNESCO works with some institutions now on developing of crisis alert tools and the buffer zones. But the buffer zone, I think, is a bit more complex because we need to start on the regional and local level. So it is both theoretical and practical, because I know that there is some tools in development right now, but I can't provide you with already ready solution. I hope that we will have this solution in 1-2 years period of time.
Okay, you are very hopeful, and we are hopeful with you. And indeed, there, as you pointed out, that in places like Yemen and everywhere else, you will need some data to start with, and that's what we get back to. And while the future is bright, we still need to work on, furnishing that data, strengthening the baseline data, which we must have. And I wish best of luck to all my colleagues who are working in such challenging environments. And yes, the technology does present immense opportunities, but we also need to understand the ground realities before we, launch into this discussion further.
Yeah.
So with that, I thank you, Natalia, for a very exciting presentation. And I hand over to Hilke Aris, the coordinator of this conference, to just tell us what is coming up next. And over to you, Hilke.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much also, Natalia, for your very inspiring keynote. I really like the questions that you raised. But for now, we will go briefly into a 10-minute break. I think we all need and deserve a break. And after the break, we will come back to this main room where I will also quickly brief you on the final session of today, session existing out of 2 parallel tracks. But when we come back after the break, I will give you another briefing for this session. But for now, let's head into the break, catch something to drink, and let's see each other back at 4:55. Thank you. Hello, welcome back, everybody, to this final part of today. We will now have 2 parallel tracks on the topic Advanced Applications of AI in Conservation and Site Management. In room 1, your moderator will be Imene Kodja. Room 1 is this room, the main room. She's an intern for ICROM's First Aid and Resilience program. And in room 2, your host will be Mohona Chakraborty, the program leader of also ICROM First Aid and Resilience program. You see both of them on the screen. So, just like in the previous session, you will be randomly assigned to one of the breakout rooms by the system. If you prefer not to switch rooms, just simply ignore the pop-up and you will remain where you are. If you do not receive a pop-up and you still want to join the breakout room, so room 2 moderated by Mohona, please write in the chat so the team can manually assist you. If you are joining room 2, you'll see a pop-up in a short moment. Please click it and switch rooms. If you're staying here in room 1, simply close the pop-up or discard it. Then, important, if you are in the breakout room and you want to go back to room 1, so this main room, just simply leave the breakout room by clicking on the button on the bottom right of your screen. I think it's becoming late for me. So once you click that button on the bottom right of your screen, you just leave the breakout room and you automatically rejoin the main room, which is room 1 for this conference. Okay, let's start.
So welcome to our second parallel session, Advanced Applications of AI in Conservation and Site Management. I'm Iman Khoja. I'm an architect specialized in cultural heritage management and conservation, and currently interning with ICRAM at the First Aid and Resilience Program Unit. I'm delighted to guide you through the next series of talks showcasing how AI is reshaping conservation, documentation, and access to heritage. So for those of you who stayed in this main room, our first Ignite talk is Ring the Alarm, Harnessing AI in Collection Care by Ayaka Ajiki from Singapore. Ayaka's project uses AI to detect early signs of physical deterioration in records, helping institutions prioritize conservation more efficiently. Let's begin, Rivka.
I'm Ayaka, a conservator representing the Archives Conservation Lab from the National Archives of Singapore. This talk, titled Ring the Alarm, is a project where we attempt to use AI in the condition assessment of collections. This project was aimed to address an issue that we were facing, largely due to limited resources of the conservators, which was that we were unable to provide immediate attention to potentially problematic records at the time of discovery by collection staff. Currently, there would surface any major or suspicious conditions to us that they discover during processing, such as potential mold or severe deterioration. However, most of the time, the conservation team is unable to attend to them immediately. When new discoveries are placed on hold, this could increase the severity of the item's condition, and more issues could arise down the road the longer they are left unchecked. Being able to assess the items as early as possible is essential in making an informed decision on what follow-up actions to take. With this concern in mind, the conservation team participated in our organization's innovation competition in hopes to develop a proof of concept solution that will automate the detection of conditions. This would ideally help us to sift out items that have no need for immediate attention by conservators, also allowing collection staff to be more independent in assessing the conditions of an item. The project was also inspired by a collaborative project between the Estonian National Heritage Board and STAC, where they built an AI solution to predict the stability of objects in their collections based on its properties and storage conditions. Our proposal made it into the finals, and we were awarded a small amount of funding to develop the POC. Together with our colleagues in technology services, we engaged with an external vendor, and the development of the POC took about 4 months. On our end, a large portion of the time was used on gathering images for model training, as we had to be selective about the images. As an archive, access to the collection was strictly based on their security classification, and we had to identify those that would be approved to be shared with an external party. Some items also had required new images to be taken for this purpose. The project team identified 3 condition categories to group our data into: good, which are items with no stains; moderate, where the size of the stains are 2.5 cm in diameter or smaller; and bad is for any stains which are larger than 2.5 cm in diameter. Also to note that at this stage, we do not take into account the intensity of the stain when we categorize the image, just to make it simple and more straightforward. Here are some examples of the images in each category, and the images are largely from the archive collection, with the rest supplemented from the library collection. A total of 252 images were used, with a large portion being good images. For model training, only the good images were used. Augmentations were also done to the good images to eventually produce a total of 1,000 over images for training and testing. A larger number of good images were required in order to train the model to differentiate between stains and text or landmarks. The bad and moderate stain images shared were mainly used for evaluating model accuracy and performance. Currently, it is accessible on a web browser, and users require login credentials to access the application. When logged in, this is the interface that the user will see: an area for the image uploaded, an area for the stain recognition result, and the abnormality score, which is and its respective color code. I will further explain on the abnormality score and color code in a couple of slides. At this stage, the functions are straightforward. You upload an image, click Analyze, and it will show you the stain recognition result. The image result can be downloaded, so users have a copy and it can be used elsewhere, such as attaching it into reports. There is also a bonus function, the Edit button, where the uploaded image can be cropped to analyze a targeted portion. Application, the stain recognition result appear in a traffic light system that corresponds to the abnormality score, which is indicated as a percentage. The abnormality score is a weightage sum of all the different colored areas in a heat map, which I will have examples of in upcoming slides, and it is derived by the number of pixels per color. No stains or 0% will be reflected as green. Anything between 0% and 20% will be yellow. 20% above is red. This color coding scheme helps to visualize the coverage area of the condition. For example, the red with a 30% abnormality score means that 30% of the image have been recognized to have stains. With the category of urgency identified, collection managers could then have a better idea on follow-up actions. This is an example of an item with no stains. This is an example of an item with moderate amount of stains, and one with bad or large portion of stains, but also noting that the image uploaded is a close-up of the item, and the abnormality score might change if the full page is uploaded instead. Presently, the solution is most effective with detecting stains in images of documents, and based on a POC, we are optimistic that with more training, there is the opportunity for the solution to identify stains in different formats of records, such as maps and building plans. Other opportunities for scaling up would include training the model to detect other types of conditions that might impact prioritization, for example, large tears, material loss, and mold. Also to refine the abnormality score and color codes to be more aligned with the National Archives conservation condition ratings. And lastly, to enhance the application to be mobile responsive in the future, making it accessible and portable for collection staff. So in conclusion, this POC has demonstrated that AI-powered abnormality detection can successfully automate the detection of stains in archival materials, marking a significant step forward in condition assessment for collections. The success of this initial phase has enabled us to take the next step in further developing this solution, and we are excited to see what it can achieve. This POC represents more than just technological advancement. It's about empowering our collection staff in both National Archives and National Library, streamlining our assessment processes, and ultimately ensuring better preservation of collections. And thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Ayaka, for that forward-looking approach to automated collection care. Up next is the HERA project by Muriel Verback and Pierre Allot from Belgium. This work combines holograms, multilingual annotations, and AI to build rich object biographies shaped collaboratively by experts and communities. Let's take a look.
The HERA project follows in the line of the PICO project. The concept was the following. Curators from the University Museums of Kinshasa proposed on the campus and on a market square an activity called We Have Gaps. Using the display of a hologram developed by Olejon with the University of Lille and Liège, the curators addressed passers-by directly. They explained that they were missing information about certain museum objects and that perhaps the public itself had knowledge, memories, or form of expertise that could help to understand these artifacts. This interactive display generated a significant amount of data, heterogeneous, atypical, and at first difficult to process scientifically. This experience confirmed our conviction that heritage conservation can support cultural appropriation and civic empowerment. But it also raised a crucial question. How can such contribution be transmitted and integrated into scientific documentation? From this question emerged the HERA project. HERA deals with altered objects, artifacts whose successive material transformations are essential to their understanding. Our objective is to experiment with new methods of annotation and structuring of heritage data based on 3D models and documented hologram. We aim to produce a biographical documentation of these artifacts. HERA articulates 3 dimensions: the production of digital representations with high documentary value, the participation of diverse publics in their description and interpretation, and the development of collective and evolving annotation protocols. Holograms are not conceived as spectacular devices. They are document support for inscription able to receive multiple annotation. The first are technical, materials alteration conservation intervention. The second are expert, dating, typologies, provenances. And then come the participatory annotation. These have neither the form nor the tone of academic knowledge, but they may have its reliability, which recalls, of course, the NARA declaration on its registers of authenticity. The issue is not the coexistence of this type of knowledge, but how they can be validated and displayed without hierarchy. This question of validation and status requires analytical tools able to make visible the different regimes of knowledge in presence. How to give each of these voices comparable visibility, constraining collaborative expression inside ontological or semantic corpora makes little sense. But how can one work within a scientific and interoperable framework, such as the European Heritage Cloud, and raise participatory knowledge to the same level of credibility as expert knowledge? It is at this point that we resort to artificial intelligence, not as a technical solution, but as a critical tool, one that will need to be trained for this purpose. AI helps assess the scope of participatory contributions, examine their coherence with existing corpora, and consider alternative criteria for validation. It also acts as an analytical instrument. It can reveal how these forms of knowledge are organized, how they resonate, or how they resist classification. It may bring a vernacular term close to a CIDOC CRM concept or to an AAT thesaurus category, but it must also signal what fits nowhere. It does not simplify, it maps, including concepts absent from our own cultural frameworks. A concrete example: in Swahili, 2 different words describe discoloration depending on the process, thin line or abrasion. A distinction that is minor in an ontology but crucial for conservators. We want AI to become attentive to weak differences, statistical singularities, dissonances, even hesitation, and to stop treating rarity as error, but rather as the sign of a conceptual variant. This is also why we explore knowledge translation. These forms of knowledge do not simply change language, they move from orality, gesture and context to a standardized documentary space. This transformation affects how knowledge exists and how it is recognized. From Venice to Nara, we have long ignored the singularities of the different regimes of authenticity. From Nara to Faro, we still struggle to integrate the diversity of knowledge into our documentation. It remains a methodological problem, and perhaps AI can help address it. Without that, participatory knowledge will continue to appear, at best, as material for storytelling. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Muriel and Pierre, for that inspiring demonstration of participatory documentation. Our third talk is Force Helper by Naomi Rosenkrantz from the United States. Naomi presents an LLM-based assistant that helps users operate force instruments and interpret pigment data with confidence and accuracy. So let's hear from Naomi.
Hello everyone and welcome to our presentation on the Force Helper, a large language model application to access, share, and preserve tacit knowledge in conservation science. FORS, or fiber optics reflectance spectroscopy, is an analytical technique which uses a range of wavelengths that interact with materials to help identify them. Since it is non-invasive and accessible, it is widely used for studying artworks and heritage materials. However, the technique is highly dependent on the specific instrument and accessories. For example, here are two very different setups for FORS. So if you're a new student trying to reproduce a measurement from a paper, you quickly realize that practical know-how on how to actually get good spectra is very different from just understanding the theory.
This exact problem of the ins and outs of performing a technique is a larger issue concerning tacit knowledge, the kind of skill that, once you have it, is easy to perform innately. It's one that has plagued artisans and practitioners since the earliest days of recording these skills and abilities in writing. As Cennino Cennini writes at the end of the 14th century, you will learn far better by seeing it done than by reading. Tacit knowledge is the kind of understanding that comes from experience, intuition, and direct engagement with materials, rather than from just written or verbal instruction. Not only is capturing tacit knowledge difficult, but transmitting this knowledge is even harder. As a new user of FORS who is given all sorts of heterogeneous training materials split between manuals, articles, videos, images, how do you find where to find the answer or support that you're looking for? FORS Helper thus aims to help a user sort through all of this material to help troubleshoot in real time, mimicking the support that you'd only be able to get if an experienced user was available to you at all times for help.
This is what motivated us to build Force Helper. In our small program, we wanted to bridge the gap between theory and practice for new students by really capturing the hands-on knowledge from those with experience. So we recorded a set of instructional videos containing all the practical tips that usually get passed around informally. But the result was several hours of material, which is a lot for a new student, especially if all they need is a simple answer to a question. So to make them more accessible, we added the videos to a database alongside manuals and literature, allowing a GPT-like model to pull from these resources. Force Helper isn't just about explaining what force is, it helps users learn how to use it well, get quick answers, and reduce trial and error. Here is a quick look at the interface of the Force Helper. The page has a side panel where you can select your query mode, simple or graph, select the language model you want to use, and then type in a query, like this one, give me actionable steps to set up a good white reference. An answer is generated according to the query mode and language model selected, including the relevant textual, image, and video output drawn from the multimedia database.
Technical framework of Force Helper employs retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, a popular framework in large language model application. RAG employs an external retrieval mechanism to acquire contextual knowledge to improve the accuracy of LLM answer and enable QA on local or closed source knowledge base. This particularly meets our needs to preserve the tacit knowledge specific to our lab, which contains text, figures, videos in heterogeneous digital formats, adapted to different RAG retrieval mechanisms. We have a simple mode using vector similarity search. Preprocessing the knowledge base for this mode include parsing and splitting textual data into chunks and calculate vector embeddings for each chunk, and storing them into 3 vector databases, each contains 1 modality. The second retrieval mechanism uses knowledge graph traversal. For this mechanism, we adopted the state-of-the-art open source RAG Anything framework published a few months ago. The preprocessing constitutes of first multimodal content extraction, followed by textual description generation for visual content, and then knowledge graph construction based on all textual data. The result is a knowledge graph where information from all modalities are connected through semantic relationships. As we previously talked, that the main goal for Force Helper is to be able to provide audiovisual instructions for tacit knowledge. Therefore, when user executes a query at the front-end application, non-textual query conducts vector similarity search in the image and video vector databases to acquire both textual description and corresponding visual content. Both images and videos can be visualized at the interface. For textual answers, we enable two query modes, a simple mode with vector similarity search and the graph mode with node match and graph traversal using LETRAG, the query mechanism of rag anything. This is to allow the best performance on questions of different scopes according to the references, and this aligns well with our observation. Trials with Force Helper gives us the following observations. The simple mode QA with a local small model has the advantage of being offline, but it offers a low answer rate. This is good for simple questions with explicit answers in the knowledge base. By switching the generation model to a more powerful online model like GPT-4o, it performs well in capturing nuanced information and giving clear instructions. Lastly, using graph mode with GPT-4o, due to the connectivity of the knowledge graph, we found it performs well on synthesizing information for global questions. We also like to share our considerations for the tech framework. First, we realize evaluating the application like this can be very difficult. So for now, we always double check the answer with source before applying a formal evaluation. Second, we have many discussions on the scope of this to be a sophisticated research or just our local application, and we haven't got an answer yet. Lastly, we believe the best practice of using existing LM frameworks such as rag anything is to apply enough customization. Therefore, our next step is to further customize knowledge graph construction process with 4 specific schemas.
Whenever a new technology becomes available to us, it's important to stop and consider the ethical and social implications of utilizing it. Even setting aside larger ethical issues surrounding huge resource expenditures, AI has powerful potential, so what does it mean to use it well? In our development of Force Helper, we were all better able to understand the nuts and bolts of LLM applications. We were really able to learn by doing and thus gaining that tacit knowledge. As such, this project has helped us reflect on what good use of AI can mean. AI is often talked about as an inevitable takeover. However, just because it's powerful or it's the next big thing does not mean that a general blanket adoption is coming or even appropriate. Instead, we think it's important to identify the scope of AI application with clear goals, prioritizing specific questions and adopting particular mechanisms for how and where AI can be helpful. We as cultural heritage professionals have the responsibility and the power to define if, when, and how AI is utilized in our field, to discuss how to set standards for the evaluation, and to define how it's used well. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Naomi, for highlighting such a valuable tool for sustaining scientific expertise. Let's continue with our next talk, Augmented Restoration with AI by Rodrigo Alcon Quintanilla and Diamela Canosa from Argentina. Their project uses augmented reality with an AI chatbot to make conservation processes visible and engaging for museum visitors. Here we go.
The project Augmented Restoration was developed through the 2023 Cultural Patronage Program, and nowadays expands its scope by integrating artificial intelligence into the museum experience. The proposal combines augmented reality visualizations with an AI-powered chatbot trained on a specialized database of conservation and restoration practices, enabling real-time context-specific dialogue with visitors and professionals. Through augmented reality, audiences can access high-resolution visual documentation of works prior to conservation treatment, such as ultraviolet and infrared imaging, pre-cleaning states, and chromatic reintegration processes, by scanning a QR code in the gallery. The AI bot offers immediate answers to questions about the techniques, materials, ethical considerations, and case studies related to the displayed works. To date, the project has the following features and implementations. When asked about Moderno's activities, the chatbot directs the user to the corresponding museum's official website, based on its recognition and internal use of its sections. The same thing happens when you are asked about artists and the corresponding works that make up the museum's collection. When consulted by an artist, the chatbot responds with a direct URL to the list of works, provided by the museum's own collective search engine. When a user queries the relining technique, the chatbot returns a link to the Conservation and Art Materials Encyclopedia online. When asked in English about chromatic reintegration, the chatbot answers with technical information, also in English, and concludes by suggesting the navigation of the official ICOM's website. The model is equipped with professional ethics so that it can return a no response if it cannot find a definitive answer. When users' interactions look for information outside the scope of art, conservation, and restoration. The entire conversation with the chatbot will remain available while browsing and can be downloaded to the user's device for reviewing whenever necessary. This dual approach transforms typically hidden conservation processes into an interactive educational layer, fostering transparency and engagement. The content is developed collaboratively by a conservator, a specialized photographer, and a software developer, ensuring both technical accuracy and accessibility. Current implementations include works from the Buenos Aires Museum of Modern Art, such as Juan del Pride's Abstraction, where augmented reality reveals areas of paint loss and subsequent reintegration, and Tom's Maldonado's Blue with Structure, where ultraviolet imaging exposes earlier retouches. The AI chatbot contextualizes these visualizations, drawing on conservation literature, institutional archives, and technical reports to provide a tailored on-demand learning experience. By merging AR's capacity to make the invisible visible with AI's conversational potential, the project fosters an active dialogue with visitors, integrating the technical precision of conservation with the narrative power of technology. In doing so, digital tools move beyond their role as mere presentation resources to become intelligent mediators between heritage, the interdisciplinary teams that preserve it, and the communities that engage with it.
Thank you, Rodrigo and Diamela, for showing how digital tools can transform public understanding of conservation. Now let's move to our final talk, Çekul GPT by Ceyda Bakbasabusun and Alper Cankilic from Turkey. This platform transforms 59,000 records archive into an accessible conversational AI interface and a very impressive scalable model for heritage NGOs. Let's discover more.
Hello everyone, my name is Alper Cankilic. Today I'm here to talk about a project that brings more than 35 years of Çekul Foundation's institutional memory into the digital age, Çekul GPT. For us, this is not just a technological project. It's a bridge that makes cultural heritage accessible for everyone. Çekul was established in 1990 and has been working to protect Turkey's cultural and natural heritage ever since. From cities to rural settlements, from Mimar Sinan's architectural legacy to environmental policies, we operate across a very wide landscape, conducting research, education, community engagement, and conservation work. Over the decades, an enormous institutional memory has accumulated. Photographs, project files, publications, reports, field notes, and personal archives. Today, this memory contains more than 45,000 items. Çekil operates through 6 specialized departments: the Academy for Future, the Knowledge Tree Education Unit, the Anatolian Studies Department, the Seven Forests Program, Ecology and Communication Units, and importantly, the Information and Documentation Center. This center safeguards the entire institutional memory. Our archive is not only Çekil's memory, it is also a mirror of Turkey's history of urbanism, conservation, and environmental struggle. Our archive is composed of 4 main collections: the Çekil Foundation Collection, the Respect for Sinan Library, specializing in Mimar Sinan, the Urban History Collections covering modern Turkey, and the personal archive of Professor Dr. Metin Sözen. This diversity shows us one thing: the archive is not merely a storage space, it's a living cultural memory. Before building Çekil-GPT, we completed a crucial phase: the digitalization of over 25,000 material through the Koha library system. This allowed us to protect fragile items while creating a searchable, accessible digital foundation for researchers, students, and institutions. The infrastructure was essential for transforming the archive into a living system. The purpose of Çekil-GPT is very clear: to transform the static archive into a dynamic knowledge system, to build an accessible interface for researchers, students, professionals, and the general public, to enable semantic interpretation, visual analysis, and context-independent search. And most importantly, to strengthen cultural memory through a human-centered approach. So for us, this project is not only technological innovation, it is a chance to rethink how we preserve and share cultural heritage. Çekil-GPT was designed a multimodal AI assistant. It unifies document retrieval, visual search, and catalog browsing within a single system. Behind the scenes, it uses a land grab-based orchestration layer, a fast API service layer, Amazon S3 storage, OpenSearch vector retrieval, and AWS Bedrock models. In simple terms, whatever type of question the user asks, the system automatically chooses the correct search mode. The system has 3 core capabilities: document search, it retrieves context-aware answers and digitalized textual materials; visual search, when a user uploads a photo, it finds visually similar images, locations, or subjects; catalog search, it provides library-style queries through our bibliographic database. This means the archive becomes not only accessible but also interactive for experts and non-experts alike. During the first half of 2025, we tested the system with a pilot user group. The results were highly encouraging. CheckGPT democratizes access to knowledge. A high school student and a senior researcher can now reach the archive with the same ease. With its modular structure, the system isn't limited to Checkr. It can be adapted for museums, municipalities, NGOs, and cultural institutions across Turkey. We position this year as a human-centered, ethically grounded AI model for cultural heritage. Thank you very much for listening. It's a great honor for me to be a part of this journey. I hope CheckGPT inspires new collaborations and strengthens the bridge between our past and future. You can visit ortakmiras.org for testing CheckGPT. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alpercan, and thank you to all our speakers for these insightful talks. We will now open the floor for questions. Please feel free to raise your hand to ask your question directly or share it in the Q&A chat if you're more comfortable with that. Let's begin our Q&A.
Hello, I wanted to know how we can find out more about the augmented AI chatbot.
The augmented chatbot. Okay. So do we have the presenters here?
I see Diamela is already here.
Yeah.
There you go. You can unmute yourself now.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks a lot for receiving us and hope you enjoyed the project. Talking about that, the project is a working project by the moment. We are still working on it, and as soon as possible, it will be available here in Buenos Aires and also in the platform. So what we can offer is that once we get the link, we could send you the link, and you could use the chatbot. Not the reality, the augmented reality, because it is intended to be used in the museum, but maybe scanning an image from the monitor of a computer, it could also work. So once we have a link, we can send you as soon as possible.
Thank you. Did that answer your question, Jami? Sorry, I know you're muted, so.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. I think there's another one where how have you managed to start the project for the Museum of Modern Art? And is your goal only for education and visitors? And I have to unmute you again for you to be able to answer that.
Yes, we were thinking about it just before the presentation, and yes, the chatbot comes from a glossary that, first of all, this instance with AI, it's the sequence of an original project focused only on augmented reality. But that platform included a glossary with terms that belongs to restoration and conservation areas. So it could be a companion for the visual experience. So you can access a glossary that is related to the techniques involved in the restoration of the image that you can approach in the museum. So beginning with the glossary, we thought that it could be interesting to establish a more dynamic dialogue with the public researchers and every visitor in the museum. So the idea was to train a chatbot in order to establish that dialogue with the public with themes related to the pieces of art that are connected with augmented reality. I don't know if it's clear, but we think that those techniques, it's like a part of a biography, as we could watch in previous video, the biography of a piece of work, no? But generally it's hidden from the major public, and it's only accessible, that information about the processes involved. It's like only accessible for workers, no, of the museum or specialists. So if we could like bring that information to a major public, we could make visible certain works that remains like hidden, no, in the majority of cases. So the initiative was educational at the beginning, but in the process we thought that it could be like a good idea to establish another relation with the public and the collection, no, through the processes involved in restoration of some of them. Do you have social media accounts where you? By the moment, we don't have, but it's like we said, it's a work in progress, and for the moment, it's like we can use only internally. Once we open to the public, as we said earlier, we could send you the information.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you everyone for all your insightful discussions. And now I'll leave the floor to Aparna for the Ctrl+S Cafe.
Thank you, Imene, and that was a very successful session. I guess now we are going to head for our, I think, cafe, if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Or, yeah, and so everyone, please stay tuned. We have something exciting for you. It's going to be a free discussion for all, where all of you can participate and join us. So stay tuned, and we'll be starting our cafe shortly. And this will be in plenary. Thank you. This is our Ctrl+S Cafe, and it's about reflecting and networking. So I would like to start with the first prompt to get the discussion rolling, and then we'll see as others join us. So I just want to ask one simple question. You've been hearing the talks, or maybe I should just introduce myself first. I'm Aparna Tandon, once again, Senior Program Leader at ICROM, leading both the First Aid and Resilience, as well as the Sustaining Digital Heritage Program. And with me is Juhi Ambani, who's a project officer and one of the key members of the scientific committee of this conference. So I just wanted to start the conversation with a simple question, and that is, what stayed with you? What is that one moment from today that you are still thinking about? A talk, an idea, a project, a story, example, anything. So anyone can take the floor and we will unmute you. So just go on and take the floor. No one? So maybe Juhi, you have an example? You have an idea that you...
Yes, maybe I can start. I think a moment that stayed with me is just looking at how there are two sides to this AI game. I think one quote that stayed with me was from the recent keynote that, earlier we went from letters to Gmail, and we've gone from searching in libraries to also relying on Google. And perhaps AI is one of those tools that we'll just have to get used to, like it or not. And it's really inspiring to see how the heritage community and beyond are really trying their very best to start from a grounded, community-centered approach, trying to make their solutions and what they will do with AI already cognizant of the ethics that come along with training AI on human knowledge and on existing data. At the same time, there is also the fear of what do we do with AI when there is lack of data in areas where we don't have enough data to even train a model or get any results. What do we do for those places? How do we generate data? How do we collect enough information so that AI can serve its purpose responsibly? So I think these are, I think more than reflection, there are more questions after the end of day one that are left with me. So that's what I feel. So anyone else, also this can also be just questions in your head or thoughts in your head. Where are you in this heritage world with AI? This is a chance for you to just open your mic and speak. And now you don't have to wait for me to unmute you because I have disabled that functionality. So just unmute yourself and join in the conversation.
Yes.
I think we've lost people to... there we go. I think I see Mr. Satwant Rihal. Would you like to...
Yes.
Oh, Nuha.
Hello,
Yeah.
everyone. I just wanted
Hello.
to... Hello, Aparna and Joey
Thank you.
and all
Hello.
you.
Hi, Satwan.
Yes.
Yeah.
I just wanted to thank you for bringing a very versatile and diverse community together in this forum. And I congratulate you for it. And basically, there are several issues that I found of interest. I don't know where to begin. um, I think the one talk that I found interesting, now I don't remember who the author was, is the social
Sensing.
yeah, the social connections. Can you kind of refresh my memory a little bit?
Social sensing, was it?
Yeah, social sensing, yes. I think that I found interesting. But I think I came here to listen and to learn because for about 12 or 13 years, we have been working on the intersection of three fields: AI, natural hazards, and cultural heritage. So that was the purpose of my joining this meeting. I enjoyed very much the talk from Turkey about is that Sekul Segul GPT. That was interesting, especially the references to Sinan's archives, and that would be something I would very much like to explore further. But once again, thank you very much for bringing all a very versatile and diverse group of experts here. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I give the floor to Blanca, I think Nuha also wanted to say something before.
Yes.
Nuha, would you like
Okay.
to jump in now?
Hello, yes.
Hi.
Yes, thank you very much. I am Nuha from Sudan. As I mentioned earlier, we are suffering, war at the moment, and I've heard that many monuments and many archaeological sites have been affected. And as from this your lecture, I've learned that it should have been. I mean, we should have a perfect archive, so that when something happened for a certain monument, we can restore it and maybe reconstruct it in a way. Unfortunately, I mean, the resources for museums and so on, because we suffered, civil war for many years, the priority was not, for these sites. I mean, we always think about those who are living. We think about the living rather than, the heritage and other things, although they represent our identity. And we should, if we lose that identity, we will lose our future. I hope this type of programs and these types of, AI tools, I hope we will, as well, I'm a mid-level actually architect, but we the architects who are in colleges at the moment, I think they gave me an idea that we can, teach them these type of tools so that they can, at least keep what is left and try to reconstruct what we have lost. I really appreciate what you are doing, and actually, all the lectures where each one of them gave me an idea of something and made a base of something to think about. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Nuha. Thank you, Nuha. And your concern is very much resonated, I think, all through the comments that were also raised. There is this issue of lack of data and lack of cooperation, as well as greater financing possibility. And going forward, there is an opportunity for Sudan when recovery and reconstruction begins. These kind of tools should be integrated in those processes, and where data gaps are, those gaps should be addressed, and that should be the priority. So that should be the lesson learned and applied and implemented, not only learned, but also implemented, right?
Thank you.
And just
Sure,
as
yeah.
the Deputy Minister Bonda was saying this morning, and you also said that it's very important. Cultural heritage is our story, is our identity, it's our memory. So for sure, your concern is very much echoed and is shared because we at ICROM are also struggling with this in working in areas where heritages and associated communities are challenged by conflicts and disasters. But I also see in the chat, Omar has written something. Would you like to share it? You gave a suggestion, so why don't you say it verbally? Who was it? Omar? Was it?
Hello.
In the chat.
Hi, Omar. Yes, we hear you. Go ahead, please.
So just a suggestion, because we are discussing on the everything AI related to the cultural and heritage part. So there are tools and AI models like ChatGPT and LM others, so which are not it's out there like with the maximum amount of information, but nothing. We don't have something purely dedicated to the culture and heritage, so that we can utilize maximum for our benefit, like if you are working on something related to culture and heritage. Just a suggestion here. There should be a session, I think, if you people can conduct or
We'll take
Q&A
that.
session.
We'll take that. We'll take that
Yeah.
because we had so much to pack in this conference. We received an overwhelming amount of presentations. We only intended to present 40, but I guess we had to increase the number. So we will definitely take that in mind for future such iterations.
Sure. Thanks a lot for this great session.
Thank you. And who else would like to contribute?
I think Blanca was waiting for her
Yes,
turn.
go ahead.
Blanca, please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everybody. I'm from Guatemala. It's a small country next to Mexico. So very happy to be here listening to all the interesting cases that everybody had presented. I studied heritage in architecture and movable heritage arts. Right now, I'm working in on a place like restoring movable heritage. That's why the presentation of Buenos Aires captured my attention because we don't have something like that here in the country where I live for the museums or for for this information and using AI or IA. And because I work as a university professor, AI has been closer to me because of the younger students, they use it like internet. I share the same thought that someone said, going from letters to fax and then from Google. I share the same idea. I have talked with a lot of colleagues here, like university professors also, that some of them are more close to the idea. Also professionals around heritage here. We also, we are a small country, but we also have internal conflicts, little internal wars and a lot of difficulties here. But it's really interesting how AI or IA is coming all around the world, and it has become it's gonna stay even if you want to or not, it's here to stay, the internet. At the beginning, I remember when I was younger, oh no, we are not going to go to the library and go to the books, to the physical books, and everybody was like, no, and copy paste, and everybody, but the internet stayed. And it's so it's gonna be something that we have to adapt, learn how to use, and not at the other side that uses us, like a tool. So thank you for making these conferences, because when ICROM talks about it and goes this official way, it becomes more professional, no this taboo things, nobody wants to talk to, and you are using IA or IA, but to see the potential it has for us as professionals in every area that we are using it. So thank you very much. That's what I wanted to share. And maybe I become more familiar when I see cases like in America, when I see I can relate to that a little bit more than when I see other cases. But it's very interesting to see all the mapping. So thank you for gathering the different topics, and it was a tough decision, I bet. So thank you very much, and that's what I wanted to share.
Thank you for those input, and really we do welcome your input all the way from Guatemala, and that really does show that how global this dialogue is, and how cross disciplinary also. So thank you, Blanca. I see 2 hands going up, or 3 right now. There is Nora and Jami and also Hilke. So who wants to go first? The floor is yours.
I will go first. First of all, because it kind of also relates to what Blanca was saying, and I had actually the honor to be the technical assistant for the breakout room moderated by Morgana. And so I saw a lot of nice presentations, and I think what our group really appreciated is that there were a lot of real life examples of people using AI in a real context and really learning from it, and also using tools that are widely available. So here we immediately see the potential of AI for archives, for instance. I really want to applaud the talk about the archives in Pakistan. And what I remember from that talk is this general idea is that AI can work with data, with content. It can help you identify pictures. But what is really essential, and my fellow archivists here will totally agree, is that metadata is the core, because it's the metadata that contains the memory. Because without the metadata, it's just data that can be misinterpreted, and it's the memory that actually gives meaning to our archival pieces and why they matter to us and why we consider these records to be heritage. So thank you very much for adding also this perspective to the conference.
And if I may, very quickly, I'm before me in my screen, I have Bushra Ibadi's comment where she says there are issues of AI hallucinations and disinformation. How would you mitigate these issues when using AI tools to scan for and keep updated on regulations? There is a risk that people and organizations may proceed with an action based on regulation that does not exist or is being misunderstood or misinterpreted by the AI. So again, what's the missing link here? It's provocative and provoking a discussion. Who wants to go ahead?
It's the human.
Okay, Nora, and then there is another one from
Jamie.
Yeah, Nora, go ahead. Yeah,
thank you very much. As also the previous speaker said, that it is actually it became kind of taboo AI, using AI. It's like copying or plagiarism during academic writing. And it's very welcoming also for us professionals to discuss in this professional environment. And thank you very much, Ikram, for initiating that. I wanted to highlight two aspects. First, I'm coming from a country where the public services are still in the process of digitalization. So when we don't have digitalized databases of permits or archival, all the documents are similar in the warehouses or in the rooms, like the case in Pakistan. So it was very helping also the previous session to see with how with small budget, with good will and initiative, we can use the AI to help us in digitalization. The other aspect that I would like to highlight is that, and that I'm finishing this very productive day, is that right now, especially, I want to connect with one presentation of a person who was in Brazil, who showed us a game about youth, how to protect heritage. We are living in times when the look is being highlighted than the content. Actually, this is the opposite what cultural heritage protection is. We protect cultural heritage because of what it is, what it means to people, not only because the facade is beautiful, but what it means for people, what it meant for people during history. So I think we have to be very careful not to highlight or promote AI as something that will make our heritage sites look beautiful, and that the mass, the people, will just take this out of what our mission is.
That's very valuable. That's what you're saying is, like, not to focus on the cosmetic aspects, but to look at the participation, valuing together, bringing out those narratives and stories, and ensuring that we do not just look on the outside. So that's really nice. That's really
because
nice.
AI really makes our old pictures look very beautiful, but that's not the case. This is not why we are all spending our lives about heritage. I would have some questions for the professor from Brazil, because I'm very interested to know, did they test that game? Did they discuss with academic institutions, or was that only the game, or did they also accompany with visits in those heritage sites? If you could share us his connection, I would be happy to just follow up. Thank you very much. Very interesting day.
We will do that. One of my colleagues will do that, because unfortunately I missed that session because I was in the other one. That's the tragedy of these parallel sessions. Anyhow, I also see somebody mentioning Çekul, the GPT, the Turkish uh, talk, and please unmute yourself and ask or share. Was it in the chat?
Yeah, I think also Jamie was waiting since a
Yeah,
while.
Jamie.
Maybe
Okay,
Jamie, do you want to go ahead?
Yes, yes. Let Jamie go ahead.
Yes, hi. My name is Jamie. I'm from the United States. I'm an archivist as well. And first, I just wanted to say I'm really excited to see everyone here from all different countries around the world, and you all sharing your expertise around preservation of cultural heritage. And I wanted to say, to add to the conversation about hallucinations and AI, that it's iterative. And so it's really important to not take the first iteration when you're working with the AI language model, that you're teaching it. It's also machine learning model. So you're teaching it to help you. So to expect it to give you something, especially in this stage of the development of AI, is, I think, a mistake that a lot of people make.
That's really, really very good. And I can actually vouch for that, because that's been my experience as well. So who else would like to take that on? Thank you, Jamie. No one?
There is an idea in the chat.
Yeah.
By Marvin, saying, let's talk about intangible heritage. He changed it. Like music, can we all allow AI to reconstruct them?
That's a tough one. We need a cup of tea for that or something more. I don't know.
Perhaps I can just jump in on that question, because I think there are two parts to that question. Is like, can you, from a technical point of view, is it possible? And I think the answer there would be yes, because we know that nowadays there is already a lot of AI generated music, and a lot of institutions, like for instance supermarkets in my country, use AI generated music just not to pay copyrights to creators. So I think from a technical point of view, yes, this is possible. But I think the other part is it ethical to do so? And then we don't even need to talk about intangible cultural heritage when we talk about ethics. Just the fact that you're recreating something new with data. I mean, it's like you're taking the source material from something. You cannot just simply reuse it to recreate something else. Like for instance, for this AI generated music that supermarkets are using, there is like something really, I don't know, it feels wrong, you know? And I think when we talk about intangible cultural heritage, it's even more wrong. But then on the other hand, if you use AI to better understand, then it's a whole different question. So I think it all comes down to it. AI is great technology, but we need people working with it. And, you know, it's like, yeah, it's a tool, and it is part of our life. And it's
Hilke, you have now opened a can of worms, I guess. Now
Yes.
people are just, you know, so let's go for Bushra and let's go for Ersun and Maria. I don't know who else. First Bushra and then Ersun and then one other person. Who's the other person? Let me see. Okay, so go, Bushra, and then Ersun.
Thanks. I'm going to build off of what Hilke just mentioned, and I think that feeling of this like contradiction between, well, it could or like potentially create music, because arguably like what is the act of creation? Like we start to like go down that road, and what is it, or whose artwork and music is it being trained on? So that's what's taking place. A lot of the times it's just recompiling things from other artists. So even if like these supermarkets are trying to avoid paying the copyright, in fact, what they're doing is engaging in the theft, because our legal frameworks haven't caught up in many cases, or like we just don't have the capacities to invest in taking some of these companies to court that are developing these technologies. And then what are the incentives behind using some of these tools? Because there's been resistance against Spotify as a platform now, and like what is the main founder and like where are the investments going? It's going to train a lot of these surveillance technologies, like the voice recognition software that they're using. So that's, I think, where we need to be more critical as well, because if it's only going to be used for these like free usages, then there isn't an incentive to develop the tool in the first place. And that we shouldn't writ large say that AI is a great tool, because AI is so many different potential things, and we have to be specific. What is the actual good things that we're using versus just saying writ large as like a potential thing to be using? It's becoming increasingly problematic, especially with all the environmental costs.
I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. Thank you. Thank you for that insight, and also pointing it out so clearly that we need to understand which AI and for what purpose. Yeah, for sure. As you were talking, I was just thinking about all those maestros who have produced those beautiful sounds for us, and then their stories, and then their clans and families that live on. So as cultural heritage people, we are engaged actively in protecting that. So yes, for us, it's really cringeworthy. It's like, no, it can't happen. Yeah. So who else would like to take that on?
Ersun, go ahead.
Hello. Hello. Thank you for opportunity. I want to express my opinion about the manipulation problem of the AI, especially geo AI. As you know, I'm in urban planning sector, and especially I'm interested in conservation aiming planning, urban and rural planning. Uh, I want to express my feeling about geo AI. I present my study in the last session, but I saw that the data alone cannot make difficult choices acceptable, especially in urban planning and conservative planning. But it can make help AI help him it to understandable, I think. So in my approach, AI and geo AI are not decision makers, they are explainers, I think. Because the communities can see with geo AI outputs what is at risk, why it is at risk, and what may happen if we do nothing. And people can see their heritage, their farming areas, coastlines, and their historical streets, and displayed on risk maps. They can see the difficulties and the risks with geo AI systems. But I think we only use a tool to give decisions only, not only the GIS is not, or primarily the geo AI is not a decision, only decision. I couldn't say.
We understand.
Yes,
We
yes.
understand that it opens another window. It gives you that spatial understanding of the risk, and which is very important for geolocating, because if you don't geolocate your risk, you're not mitigating it effectively. So thank you for pointing that out. And as also Bushra was saying, as our other speakers were saying, there is a part of AI where we are using it freely. It is helping to basically further, or let's say misuse of people's artistic creations or heritage. It can also be used for misinformation and other things. But at the same time, there is a picture that has been drawn today with the help of your talk and many others, where we can use some of these tools to preserve, to safeguard, to open new windows, to understand deterioration risks, as well as to also find out new ways of safeguarding and engaging communities and opening. So definitely those two sides are very clear, I hope, as we dive into the next day tomorrow, when we'll be opening this further. I hope we will have many more answers. And but as also Busha was saying, that we need to also engage lawmakers in these discussions, and we need to understand, because we are not a sector that is really that privileged, and we do not have a dedicated R&D within the cultural heritage sector. We are still in the trial out phase. So many things are being tested, and still we need to find answers, and we need support from other sectors. Does that sum up? Did I miss out anything? Please jump in, because I'm not so good at summing it up. So
I think
yeah,
we have a very interesting conversation happening parallelly in the chat.
Okay, I'm missing it out. I'm not so. Yeah.
And it's Bushra made a really good point as well on this, and we and Hilke also mentioned that this was just the day one, right? We still have 2 other days and many more sessions that will perhaps answer some of your questions or create new questions in your mind, which is why this, I think, Ctrl+S Cafe is an important space to just let go, and also let go of thoughts, and kind of, while it's fresh, continue these conversations. So I hope this group will continue to join us for the session on all 3 days, so we see how we started and how far we're going to reach over these 3 days, with a fully jam-packed schedule of very, very interesting talks and of various different perspectives from all around the globe. With that, I mean, I can pass over to anybody else that would like to say something before we maybe close the cafe for today.
And tomorrow, I expect all of you to come up with fresh ideas and more engaging discussions. Okay. Thank you.
Hilke, would you like to say something?
I would just like to thank everybody for this lovely day one of the conference. It was great meeting you all virtually and getting to know your projects, and I look forward to the coming days. And like Aparna said, I hope to see you in the Ctrl+S Cafe of tomorrow as well, so we can continue to debate. And I think it's wonderful to have so many voices from around the globe meeting each other. I mean, that is the main reason why we actually do this time of conferences. So thank you very much, everybody, and see you tomorrow.